Welcome home, viewers. We are launching a stream now that we've Mag 1 has concluded. So, getting ready for Weekend Tournament European number 99. Just waiting while the game fires up here. How is everybody out there? It's going badly? Oh dear. How badly is it going? Sick as hell. Sorry, man. That's no fun. Why is my monitor weirdly angled right now? That was kind of strange. Okay. That's a little better. Alright. Well, let us cut over. Welcome back to Mechabellum, everybody. We have a weekend tournament. The Championship Season 1 for the European region is coming up in 1 hour. European Championship in 1 hour. The Asian Championship, intermediate group, went to Warm Rain. Congratulations. The Advanced Group 1. Flower Fairy, shocking. Blue Hair runner-up. And Phase Rain third. There you go. That is your... Oh my god, you ate an ice cream scoop of very spicy wasabi in one bite. Oh, brother. That was, I think, unwise. I think that one was probably a mistake, sir. I was about your age when I figured out that bets and dares were just letting somebody else control my actions, and I did not need to do that. We have our first match of the day. We're facing Lotus Dreams, who's up in the 1880s. But you got 5 cents. You got 5 cents for doing the bet. See, not worth it, brother. I promise that was not worth the pain you're going through. You could try a Speed Tarantula start on the line with 5,100 hit points. I think that's about it. We will say our good luck, have fun. And to waves. Bye to crawlers. Hey yo, Fab! Hello, hello. How are you? I think I like that one. Good, had to take a nap, but you're feeling great now. Okay, excellent. Opponent did kind of have to defend both towers, that's fair, but I don't think is going to particularly enjoy this round. Doesn't actually have the chaff clear for the crawlers at all. Actually napped watching Mag 1 and had dreams of Mechabellum. I love it. Yeah, I was up for that early morning meeting and did much the same thing when I fell asleep when Scion was down 2 games to nothing, but clearly about to win the third game, and I woke up to uh, something like to it being like three and what was it? Just 3-2 at that point. I got to see a Grip Nakoma win one. So yes, that's an important question. Were there any new units in the dream? Can you confirm that Bearlike has a new unit for us? Yeah, he pulled it out. Amazing. That was a lot of fun to watch. Really glad to have it. Right. Helicopter as the new unit. Lotus Dreams also takes subsidized marksman. Fair. Runs elite instead of anti-air. Helicopter blowing up sabers, so it's like a AH-64 style. Ground support role. Fast shooting cannon, but techs give it missiles like a backwards boat. Yeah. Sounds good. Raiden Tarantula, I think. Raiden Tarantula is going to be our build here. Want to play this game, that is fine. You can play this game. Not going to help you much for the long. He adds Vulcan, so he's into mass Vulcan marksman. Okay. Kind of works for me. Yeah, kind of like Typhoon, right? It's exactly like Typhoon. Nice giants, Lotus Dreams. Appreciate it. We can afford round 4 super supply, I think. an opponent. Missiles like Farseer? Farseer? You're gonna go double tap, okay. Oh, and some oil, alright. And super supply, okay. Do you take the greed as well? I'm not feeling pressure at 4480 to 3000. Okay. Sledges are gone. Yeah, the oil worked for him. We got 50 minutes till, Randrax. 50 minutes till. I'm just on ladder. But, it's actually the EU Championships. I should update the stream title. Want to use oil, that is fine by me, sir. Get that tower. Yeah, baby. Let's go. What MMR do you start with? So, Booyah. You start with 0 MMR and have to work your way up. That would be slightly broken. So, the devs essentially set it up so that, because that would lead to MMR depletion over time, if that makes sense. So, and we don't want MMR depletion, right? That's not the way MMR is supposed to work. So you get kind of like 1,000 secret secret MMR that you can work with, that get given to your opponents when you win. essentially your opponents don't lose as much as they should for losing to a 0, because it assumes that you're actually 1,000 and are going to win several times on the way up to whatever your correct level is. In practice, you'll get to like 500 or something, 300 maybe. You should get to the point. Just get out and play ranked. Don't even worry about it. Like, the people down at the 0s are pretty bad, so your first matches shouldn't be terrible. I'm not even particularly impressed with play at the 1000 level right now. Like, I took a look at it, and there's a lot of positional and other mistakes happening back there. Opponent seems to just have the better marksman line. Hello, TBBU. Welcome in, first-time chatters both. Don't forget to give a follow. My favorite unit, I've always loved sledges, but technically, what I play the most is actually, whoops. If you looked at what I play the most is Phoenix and Fortress, and that is kind of me. Thank you very much for the follow from TBBU. Thank you much. Crawler best unit. I do play by probably the most crawlers. So, what are we doing here? Let's just jab out a bunch of things. So you speed up and go that way faster. We'll try chain. Take another Raiden. Basically needs some of you guys coming in very slow, I think. Like temp range. Be even more back here. Ah! You jabbed out the other side, meanie. That's alright. And oh noes, I think that's death for us. Vulcan Marksman beats us. What counters steel balls? Alright, so there is definitely a starting list of things. So let me just kind of show you what we would what we might think about there. Hold on a sec. I need to process something really quickly. Minus 17 was the day there. Right. So one of the things you can do, head over to the solo and testing grounds. Okay? So if someone starts and goes mass balls, how do I break it? So let me say the first counter to steel ball is crawler. All right? And we will kind of show that if we think about it. And it's not like, this isn't how to kill the steel ball, but let's just, you know, your guy's out here rushing you. And you guys can set this up, right? You've got access to the testing grounds as well, right? So what's the cheapest way to protect a tower, right? You can play around with it and say, like, okay, let me test this. Let me see if 2 packs of crawlers on one side, and we'll buy a scorpion on the other, right? And then you can run the test. Right? So, you can just throw down, and you can give the units whatever techs you want, anything. So our scorpion killed a whole pack of them, gets another shot off and kills 3 out of 4, and barely kills the last one. Meanwhile, these guys haven't even moved into your territory yet. Right? They do eventually beat all the crawlers. Right? But, so the question is, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to stall the rush? Or are you trying to kill the unit? And then if you combine those two, right? If you combine those two, obviously, you're going to get a much more reasonable answer. In terms of, like here, obviously we put a scorpion on this side and it gets out there to kill everything. Our guy over here should have, should be doing something like, I'm supporting these things with Mustangs for some chaff player, maybe. Because he's learned from last round as well. Right? And then, yeah, you can just play around with whatever you need. Any unit you need, what's the quickest way to counter it? And when you get a new unit into the game, one of the things the top players wind up doing is testing it against the things that they think will counter it to see if they really will, right? So adding, at this point, he had 600 cost on this side, including 2 steel balls and a Mustang. And we stopped almost all of it with a 300 cost unit, the Scorpion. Over here, we actually did completely stop it with 500 cost, the Crawler, and Scorpion. So the question would be that you can play around with in Testing Ground is, what's the cheapest way I can stop it? Right? And then you're also going to want to know things like, wait, what if, what counters the Scorpion? Right, etc. So you can just kind of sit there and play with a whole bunch of stuff. Looks like we are about to run an ad. So I hope that answered your question. Scorpion is 1. Raiden is actually the perfect counter for Steel Ball because it's up in the air. They can't even shoot it. And if you take the Fork tech, you can shoot 5 targets and you'll hit it for, 4 Steel Balls at once. So you take out a whole pack plus 1 other unit somewhere. Of course, both of those are really hurt by crawlers, right? Yeah, this is the way. Okay, I needed to. Opponent was like 1880 in that one, right? I think. Got him to like. Sorry, I'm just loading match data into the tracker there. Okay, then we'll get back on to ladder for the next one. We've got about 40 minutes till tournament, so if you really want to see what people are doing to counter everything, stick around and watch the shoutcast of that tournament, because we will cover pretty much every situation you get in big numbers. Like you'll see, at least at the highest MMRs, you'll see a whole bunch of things. You're facing Must Die. And channel point predictions are up. If you don't know about channel point predictions, as you watch the channel, you gain rocks. The more rocks you have, the more cool things you can buy, and yeah, that's about it. Okay, let me add. This person was 1824. I think opponent. Oh, here we go. Opponent is in steel balls, so you'll kind of get to see. I'm gonna assume he comes out aggro on one side or the other. So one of the counters to steel ball in aggro is vertical sledges, and the reason for that is that the steel balls will target each sledge individually. Like they'll come through and they'll all target one sledge instead of each locking onto and killing a sledge of their own. We just talked about using some crawlers, and this formation kind of designed. Maybe I'll even put you over here. So the idea here is whichever side they're rolling at us from, we're gonna pull them towards the middle of the board a bit. Oh my goodness, my child is committing thievery. My candies! Those are my candies! I bought them! For me! For during a stream!
And I stole one.
Ah! Hello, kiddo.
Hi.
Let's see.
That was an interesting intro.
No candy for you.
Yeah,
Denied.
no candy.
Exactly. That is only for that one round, the 50 you get for skipping. So... Here we go. You get to see guys coming out with the aggro steel balls, so you'll get to see what we're doing. Get on a diet. Oh my god. Chat roasting Amarok. The Jabberwocky.
No! I'm on the floor. I'm actually on the floor.
You guys dropped my child to the floor laughing. Literal rolling on the floor.
Oh,
well, push it under so you don't do it again. Alright, so we bought a ton of time, so much time that we had sledges go get the far side tower. Unfortunately, once he did get the tower, we're going to be in trouble, but, now he's down to 2.
I want a refund. That one was broke. That one was broken.
That candy broke in your mouth when you chewed on it?
No, it was broken when I opened it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I want a refund. Anyways,
Here.
bye!
Here, you can have back all of the 0 cents you paid me for it.
Alright, cool, thanks.
Yes, it is just a one-time. Like, if I skip, it's just plus 50 right now. Alright. So, he has absolutely nothing behind his towers. So we are going to punish that by giving him some wasps. It should go to both towers. He also has no upshoot. So if he doesn't buy some upshoot, then he's going to be in some trouble. We're going to take a Fang out here. Try and bring them off the tower. We'll have a crawler there. So if he took the wasps and places them here, they'll follow the crawler. Maybe we'll do it this way. Let's see what we get. Oh, he took them out here. And he put steel balls on the corner. Alright. He sold one and put one over here. And he bought some fangs behind. So he spent a bunch. Alright. Okay, you're supply specialist. That's how. Okay. Supply specialist gets the additional 50 every round. So. those, you like to flank with bigger units? That's fine. We'll have some flank coverage out there. Work with that. So I took oil, sticky oil, so that is going to drop oil in front of opponent. And we can sell these guys right now. We're also going to take the 2 fortifications, not because steel balls chew through a fortified tower, and that's fine. So going to assume there's something here-ish. There should be something here-ish. If I were him, I would attack this wide-open, exposed tower. So that's what that's for. He did not. He's taken instead. The steel balls get stuck in the oil. These steel balls are stuck in the oil. They're not going anywhere. His missile kills a whole 1 unit. This marksman is going to have a good day. We need some actual chaff clear over here, and then we'll be in pretty good shape, I think. And our missile survived. He added scorpions against the tanks to try and clear that out. Yeah, that guy's Steam avatar does work pretty nicely with the with that. I love the way the stars work for mine too. My Steam avatar. All right, that was okay. Definitely do some shutting that down. We may actually want to do Vulcan Marksman ourselves here. Yeah. Yeah, it's subtle, right, Zemtak? Yeah, you can't skip buying a reinforcement unit pack. I don't think even in 4-player Brawl. I think you get just stuck with... Oh, actually, they did just add that, didn't they? I think they did just add it. Alright, our guys gets the oil lit on fire. Vulcan kind of did its job there. I think our long term is really good. We just need to stabilize here. Yeah, there's usually something that's free, but there's no guarantee that it's all free. I think that there is a guarantee that you shouldn't be able to be so broke as to not have income, not have spendable monies. Ooh, booyah. So there actually is. So if you look at his tower, so actually maybe we'll look at mine, right? So you look at my tower, we have very little happening on it. If I click on speed, this thing started, right? Oh, wait, where is it? What started? Something lights up. Oh, is it these guys? I don't remember. Oh no, it's the smoke. No, that's got to be coming off of these. I really don't know. Oh, there's supposed to be something. Supposed to be something that indicates it. For like loans and stuff, there is. I just don't remember it. I don't actually use it myself. I feel like Phoenix are fine, given everything that he's running, and the fact that the ground is going to be on fire everywhere. I don't think I actually needed speed this round, by the way. I just took it for our new viewers. Oh, up here? That one. It does. It's like speed up or something. I don't remember. Oh, goodness. We shall all burn. Indeed. We will all burn now. But that's fine by me, because I have Marksman and Phoenix, and really don't care about your getting the ground lit on fire there, sir. Please handle the Phoenix, or the thing, before it comes to kill you. Much appreciated. Alright, I think we've got this. The speed up button is what you were thinking of. Alright, Phoenix, hello, woof! Hello. Actually, I think we changed something recently. Yeah, we added Sticky Oil Bomb for almost exactly this board. Let's see what we get there. Pretty much everybody we wanted to walked out of there. The shield was in exactly the right spot. We're winning hard on the right. I don't know why he's in both Raiden and Scorpion at this point, but what does he think we have that he needs it all for? Alright, he's dropped us to 1,000, 1,100 something. You can be fast. You can have your things. I think it is probably range and speed at this juncture. And probably range for the Phoenix as well. Alright. Yeah, I knew you were going to go for that. He is taking all of the expensive spells right now, the Ion, the Orbital Jab, to try and close out. If we can survive through those, then we're going to be in pretty good shape. But it hurts this round, but that's fine. On the other hand, everything stays stuck in the fire, or in the oil. Since the oil didn't get lit, it actually slows these steel balls down quite a bit. Be stuck back there. Speedy Vulcan is having a fun round. There's only 3 air units left. The healing steel balls aren't getting to heal very much off of the Fangs. They just about die to a single shot from the Phoenix. And we win round despite the Orbital Jab, right? So that puts us in really good shape. Like, really good shape. And our itemized guy leveled. And we have an incendiary bomb. That will just guarantee light all of that. Now, we do very much need to not get lit on fire ourselves, please. I think something like this, 3, 4... 5? Okay. It's us, this guy? It's this guy now. What? Maybe we just add 2 more things of oil on the ground. I get you to go both directions again. Kind of like that. We'll just stop that guy as well. Range and speed. I want to watch to see if he's taking resupply. He did not resupply. He does resupply. Okay. So now you can see, like, the lighting effect down here. That's him taking resupply. Right? So, like, you get the... And this big, like... This actually very much lights up, so I know he's taking loans just from that. I can click on it and see what other things he's taken, but... There's more than one air unit with techs. How is there no fort yet? True. But, the... Have we... As long as we haven't lost, I think we've won. It's kind of a silly concept, but okay, there we go. Yeah, we have... Well, there are the forts now. Oh, you come here. Hey. Alright, as we get all of this, he can't jump drive them. He didn't take it. He's in a lot of trouble there. Take this. We take AA. We get another one. That one is right about here. We can drop... Get our shields back up. You can have a level, because it levels the thing behind you as well. Clone, range, speed. Level our gold damage dealer, and there's a guy over here that needs a level as well. I actually might just let you... Whatever. You can just arrange. Alright, this should be a very good round for us. I don't know if it's a 3,000 damage round, but it should be a very good round, because we're turning off all the time. Oh no! He rigs it! What a great play from this guy. Overlord with photon coating for everything out there. He turns off a bunch of stuff, but now he's into another air unit for us. Hit with the AA everything. That's really well played from him. But again, we're not losing this, right? We're getting it done. We've still got a Phoenix alive back here in the back corner. Everything else is coming after our guy. But even with my big spell disabled, our guy goes down hard. Can do the nano repairing. There is a ion beam up. A little disappointing, but okay. Tournament registration is open, folks. If you are considering tourney, reg is open right now. So tournament starts in 15. 15 minutes till turkey. Let us light the ground on fire there. Probably the most important thing we've got. Thank you. Lone range speed. This late in a game, you're going to be wanting to lone range speed every time, so you do it early in your thought process. I think we just add you two. And missile some things out if we can. They've added the wasps, okay. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. An ion beam did great work. I think it's James. I don't think he's James. There you go. Oh, I don't want speed. The speed was bad for me. Yeah, probably right. Probably true. Let's we'll take a look at that replay. Definitely take a look at that replay. Shoot. It did not save. Okay. Yeah, we have a oh wait. It's this one. Okay. Yeah, okay. It didn't save properly because I have setting. I want to do. Okay, well, that is, let's go back. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, much appreciated. We are done with our games on ladder. We're going to be shifting into tournament coverage mode. So you're going to get to see some of the greats. We've got Sacco, Doxson, Apucci, Skay, Tasty Bait, Illuminati, all ready for this one. Those should be names you recognize. Apucci, many-time tournament champion, these weekend tournaments, and winner of the Launch Clash tournament. Sacco was winner of Mag 1 Season 1. Definitely a name you should recognize. Doxson, I think, is the defending champ for, was it Americas? Is that correct? Nope, not the 2v2 one. Sacco is the 2v2 champion there. Let's see, but, seriously, did I just do the same thing? This one, this is what I was looking for. No, Apucci's the defending champion for the Americas. European. Forgotten Arbiter won Europe. What is the reward for winning the tournament? There is a medals badge, medals area. So we are currently wearing a bronze medal from Weekend Tournament Americas 98. Have various other medals that you've received over the course of your career. And those are permanent, right? So like midweek mini tournament, 4th place, right? And you've always got that available. So you can kind of go back and see what your best rewards were. All right, what are we? Yeah, it's also in general, it's a lot of credit for social credit for winning one of the weekend tournaments. The weekend tournaments, if you don't know the rules here, let's can we get the rules from this? No, we cannot. Okay, so one of the things you can do, by the way, let's look at the Dance Group 1 short. So one of the things you can do is download the replays from the best players. So, the round 6 match between Flower Fairy and B-Man, download the replay, and then I could have clicked play right there, I guess. Didn't I delete these? There we go. And then you can actually step in and see what is this. Right, you can save all of your own replays if you want, and but so once you're looking at a replay, so we can take a look at tournament play, right? So this is where they wound up in round 5. You can see B-Man is in a lot of trouble already. He's the near side blue. He's in Melters against Ports. And on the far side, we've got, Flower Fairy. One of the things you can do is, you take over a side. I want to take over B-Man for this round and see what could he conceivably have done to, potentially have a back-breaking round. Maybe it could be something like this, right? Where we're going to try pulling a bunch of things. I don't know. I didn't watch this game, right? But we just took over for him, and we're going to see if we can create a problem for opposite side, right? And, I don't know. Meh. Let's call it good enough there. Actually, maybe we sell... We sell that for this level. So okay, so we'll see, I don't know what happened in the real game, right? But here, we're pulling a whole bunch of stuff out of the way, allowing our Phoenix to go straight in on the tower. We get the tower debuff, And in theory, that should let us be winning in a whole bunch of places because we're hitting this unexpected tower, right? This isn't what B-Man really did. We know B-Man lost this game long term, right? But this was one way to attack, and we actually play out this round against what Flower Fairy actually did for round 5, right? And as you can see, even though we got the tower, we got all the way in on the back row, we're not actually winning this fight, right? We're barely down to a couple of units left. Maybe I broke even. Maybe I win this. Maybe I win this round, right? Alright, I do win this round, barely, as B-Man, right? And then we can compare to what did B-Man actually do for round 5. And we can see how that actually went, right? Okay, so he took this, he took the level, he takes the range on the melters. So he oils over here. He's got a whole... It's much more like a... he sells the Phoenix to bring this guy over. But without the flank, right, they're just right in the way of these steel balls. So this guy's going to be in a lot of trouble. But he saw the same thing, which is that this attack is going to matter. But he doesn't do the corner pull. And we'll just let that play out and see how it goes. And then we'll jump over to this coming tournament. Cody, thank you for that tip. I will bear that in mind. I know that is a habit I do need to break sometimes. Alright. Hold up. B-Man's approach actually seems to have gone better with the oil landing. This is a theoretically healing melter that has stopped healing. These two locked on each other right about the same time. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Alright, Amarok's approach was marginally better. Also, didn't spend the 150 on the oil that round. But to his credit, B-Man did actually win that round. So, okay. So you can take that over. You can study the full thing, etc. I actually already had somebody speak for being a partner, so we'll be welcoming them in at some point. And I am not generally open to taking somebody spur of the moment for the European. This is kind of my highlight thing. I'd want to try co-casting something less impactful, perhaps, for a first co-casting. Oh yeah, that's true. I did spend on the oil. Yeah, we'd have to look deeper for them. Let us cut over. Tournament is in 3 minutes, so we are doing an ad. For those of you that see ads, we're not registering. We're just going to ask this tournament. I'm going to take a break, grab some water and coffee for myself while the ad runs. We'll bring folks back. Disaster in the Amarok household. The coffee is out. Needed to make more. Cody doesn't meme, he is the meme. It's true. Yes, okay, so if you don't know about tournaments, we have 315 participants. They will be seeded by MMR. So our very bottom, we have Barnarski and Master Nagel, who have 1 MMR each. They'll be split into groups of maximum 128. So right now you'd have 3 groups of about 110, right? So you'll have 3 groups. You'll have a rookie group. It'll probably be up to, 1 to about, looks like about 1,200 MMR, maybe 1,100 MMR, depending on where I am in the scroll bar. The intermediate group will be 1,100 to, it looks like 1,500-ish, 1,400 maybe. And then the advanced group will be 1,400s to 2,400s. Obviously, if you're like 1,503 and you get yourself into the advanced group 1, you're not likely to win it. But you're not out until you've lost 3 times. And as long as you're not unbeaten, essentially, most of your matches will be scheduled against somebody relatively close to you. This is the Season 1, I think it's supposed to be Season 2, Championship. But it just got Championship Season 1. At any rate, this is the Season Championship. It is a special match, a special tournament with a special badge. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. It is time for Mechabellum Championship Season for European region. And we've got some great matchups. Some great players are in it. Skay is facing Vibe. That one might be interesting to watch. Kitty against Dorgon could be fun. Let us see who else we have. I see Baller. I see Saab against L. Cody against Arctorius. That could be the place to start, actually. In terms of... Cody is a former champion. Arctorius very, very strong. So, 14th in... 14th seed. And as we talked about, we'll be taking the time to explain and walk through kind of some of what the players are thinking. Now, to be fair, some of the pros have said they listen to my analysis of their games and say I'm kind of thinking of it a little bit deeper than they are. So take it with a bit of faith. Also, channel point predictions are up for this one. So if you enjoy the Gamba, please get yourselves in. Looks like we'll run an ad around the 4th or 5th match. 4th or 5th round. Welcome to round 1 of this season's European Championship. We have Codafly from Croatia, Arctorius. Cody's going to be near side blue, supply specialist, with sledges and fangs. There was a time when Cody used to build a full row of sledges, followed by a full row of Phoenix. And I don't know that he's running that anymore. He's got armor and field maintenance with the mech rage and range on his sledges. Arctorius on the far side was the 2v2 runner-up this week, last week, week 98. Starting as a training specialist, so he's got the intensive training every other round. He can level things up. Most common start that you'll see with intensive training right now is to buy a marksman and level the marksman, because getting the marksman up to level 2 only costs you 50. You start with a bonus 50 for that round. Arctorius decides instead, since he has the hounds and stormcallers, And he's considering the hounds his chaff clear, not a chaff unit right now for this round. He's looking at this going, okay, I didn't have chaff. I've got decent target, mid to target against the storm, with the storms. I don't have great chaff clear, so I'm going to rely on the hounds to be the chaff clear. So he bought some real chaff in terms of the crawlers. Now, if you don't know what I mean by chaff, you're brand new to the game. Chaff is small units, like a Fang that has 117 hit points per unit, but 18 units in the pack. And Crawler, similarly, 277 hit points per unit, 24 units in the pack. But the idea there is you've got to hit each and every one of them. So units that single target, like a Melting Point, a Steel Ball, a Phoenix, or a Marksman, they single target, they basically take forever to get through chaff units. So you need something that will chaff clear. Those are basically things with splash. So our hounds here have a 6-meter splash. Our sledgehammers have a 5-meter splash. And storms, of course, have this 5.5-meter splash per missile, but they're firing multiple missiles per storm. 4 missiles per volley, 4 storms in a pack, so you're getting a 16-missile volley, but it's spread randomly, so you're never quite sure if it's going to kill everything. In fact, one pack of horizontal fangs can distract a single pack of stormcallers for quite a while if there's Neo in the middle dodging every missile, getting a little bit lucky. Arctorius took Advanced Shield device. I love this one. Your normal shield costs you 100 and absorbs 40,000 hit points. Your Advanced Shield device gives you ups that to 56,000. So, you're getting this 40% improvement on something that you certainly are going to buy by the end of the game. We said he was relying on the hounds for his chaff clear. He adds 3 more of them. Cody took the improved Tarantula. So, extra movement speed, extra splash range, and that thing is up to 9 meters of splash. He can get the splash up to 16 meters with HE ammo. That will just devour the hounds once he's got HE ammo on it. He bought 2 of them, spent 500 to do that by selling one of the packs of sledges. Cashing in the sledges, not running that big sledge line that we've talked about, and instead goes with the heart of the cards, takes the improved Tarantula. Arctorius, of course, making good use of the shield. Now, he's going to win the round, but I think he loses the tower. Now, of course, the crawlers don't chew the shield, and the shield does not protect Cody's units while they're inside it. It only protects Arctorius' units from Cody's. And only if both, Cody's unit is outside the shield and Arctorius' unit is inside the shield. So Arctorius has won rounds 1 and 2. Cody is down to 3,300. Arctorius at 4,800. And we get ourselves to round 3. What did we take here? Quick teleport for Cody. He wants to keep pressuring that outside flanks. I think he'll probably pressure this one as well. Arctorius skipped. Extra cash. Takes the Phoenix. And looking at the Phoenix as his counter to the Tarantulas. In part, the Spider Mines can't hit the Phoenix, and we know that Cody is not running the AA tech at all. You can check your opponent's tech bar by clicking on them. If you're totally new to the game, by the way, each unit has customizable techs. There is a unit modification screen. You can load your Tarantulas out exactly the same way that Cody has, with Spider Mine, range, HE, and field maintenance. You could do it the way that I have them, which is skip field maintenance and have mech rage instead for the Tarantula, trying to get them to be faster and close distance quicker. Or you can customize them entirely yourself. I think there's a build that would be making the best use of healing, just kind of making them into tanks. Arctorius, 14th seed in this tourney, has won all 3 rounds so far. Cody is down to 2,700 hit points. Arctorius at 4,800. We go to round 4, unit reinforcement. The way that unit reinforcements work, you get a reinforcement drop in either rounds 2, 3, or 4. You get another one in rounds 5, 6, or 7. In this instance, Cody took the steel balls, sure, with free. He can sell them for 600 if he needs to. They actually pair pretty darn well with the tarantulas, and they will get in past the stormcallers without being in under them. They're pretty good against the hounds, so it's a pretty solid choice, and I think he has teched them already. If I'm not mistaken, he has teched them with, it looks like Mechanical Division. Arctorius is giving this a lot of thought. He's thinking through, what if Cody takes wasps? What am I doing to defend against it? If Cody takes rhinos, what am I doing to defend against it? He's got to answer 2 big threats, right? Rhino can be devastating if you're not ready for it. What he goes for are the Sabertooth, which he's thinking of as a decent counter to the existing Tarantula. If he double shots them, they would be a good counter to the Rhinos or the Steel Balls. And that leaves him vulnerable to the Wasps, right? So I almost expect to see him take something for the Wasps. On Cody's side, he's ranged the Steel Balls and ranged the Tarantulas. And Arctorius' answer to the possibility that Cody took level 2 Wasps is to have some level 1 Wasps of his own. But he's aware that he's got aerial specialization on the bar. He can take AA spec if Cody took the Wasps, and if Cody didn't take the Wasps, then Cody had very little upshoot. He doesn't have Mustangs. None of those things offered an upshoot option, an anti-air option. So unless Cody was buying Mustangs or something, then taking his own Wasps was going to be relatively safe. Arctorius played around all 4 possible cards there, and that is why he's one of the top seeds in this tournament. And that's why he had that specific thought process. That's why I kind of knew he was going to take something that would answer the Wasps. Playing around not getting hard beaten. Right now he's got the advantage. Cody has to turn it around. Cody's down to 17-27. So as long as Arctorius isn't giving up radical big defeats, he's going to win. Now, round 5, there was that super supply. Cody can't really afford to take it because he is so close to defeat. If he took it and Arctorius doesn't, then he's going to be in trouble economically for the next 2 rounds. He only breaks even on round 7. He would only be ahead from round 8 onwards. Arctorius could have afforded to do it. He's already winning. But similarly, he decided to keep the hammer down. He took intensive training, so did Cody. But now Arctorius has double intensive training. He can just intensive anything he wants. And what we can see he's doing here is he's got his leveled hounds back here, and he has unleveled level 1 hounds in front of them as the chaff for the leveled hounds. It's kind of cute. I like it. Cody had to take Mustangs, also had to place them kind of back to cover the flank. So that's why they are perfectly horizontal with the tower. From this position, they will cover a flank over here. This one definitely would. This one, I think you can draw it forward and get something positioned just far enough back. But, at any rate, he needed the Mustangs to answer the Wasps. If you don't answer Wasps quickly, you get into a ton of trouble. And Cody well aware of that. Has the Mustangs to answer the... There they go. Now they're answering the Wasps. But the Hounds are destroying the Mustangs on the right side. It's only on the left that we've got a single Tarantula surviving. If the Mustangs can kill some of these high-level Hounds, that will help to level the Mustangs. Oh, tower timing. Look, that was so close. Only a couple of hit points left for Cody. But Arctorius got the tower first. He wins round 5. He's won every round so far. Cody in a lot of trouble. 1,250 hit points left. 4,800 for Arctorius. What are you going to do to turn this around? It will both take quite a bit of time thinking here. Cody takes forts. Now, this has been one of Cody's signature units. He runs Elite Marksman on it, which not everybody does. He loves to run big orange forts with range enhancement and Elite Marksman. He's got the intensive. Get this guy up to level 3 next round if he wants to. Yeah, he just sold one of the steel balls. Oops, we have not turned off chat. And that also reminds me, I don't think we switched to our modesty border. This one. There we go. So Cody sold out of the steel ball over here to now kind of thinking of the forts as being the single target. He gives them barrier, which does block the oil. That's solid. Arcturus gets this fort correct in terms of getting it opposite Cody's level 2 fort as well. So 100,000 hit points for Cody is because he has taken tower health. Arcturus has not yet, so that's why his fort is down at 87,000 hit points. You can see what a huge difference tower health makes, right? 14,000 hit points on a fort. You're going to try to kill that with anything other than a laser. 14,000 hit points adds up. And another 80,000 from the barrier, but all 80,000 are gone. The hounds are just chewing them up. Leveled hounds are a beast, and they are just chewing up that fort. Of course, they've had some help from this guy, but he's only done 43,000 damage this round. So, it was not all from the fort and the Phoenix. A bunch of it came out of the hounds and the wasps. And Arcturus, 2189, closing on 2200 MMR right now, gets the round 1 win over Cody. Those hounds are insane. Yeah, full auto dogs. Now note, he took range and mech rage for them. So that was the play there. We're going to take a look around and see if any of the other top players are having an entertaining match. Let's step into this Sacco versus Zenzu's X. And congratulations to those of you who bet on Arcturus, taking the favorite at essentially paying out 1 to 4, 1 to 5 if you're returning your own bet. In this match, we're in round 7. Sacco, a defending 2v2 champion from the Americas last week. And Zenzu's X, longtime player. Sacco is the number 3 seed in this tournament today. Highlights of his career include numerous weekend tournament wins and the Mag 1 title in Mag 1 Season 1. Sacco's build here, we've got a full set of ranged Mustangs, 7 of them, and items on just the one, that haste module, because the plus ATK, plus 40% ATK, helps the Mustangs to continue doing damage, or, they have such a low rate of fire that increasing their damage, you're not going to waste any of it, right? If you gave plus 40% attack to a fort, and it shoots a crawler, nobody cares that it had 40% extra damage, right? It can matter when it gets into engagements with other giants, but big parts of the match, it's not mattering. Things like a Hacker, a Vulcan, a Mustang, or a Typhoon don't do overkill damage, so they are great places for plus ATK items. We got here just in time to see Sacco close it out with essentially triple teched arc lights. So this is a full carry arc light plus a whole bunch of Mustangs. And other haste module was on the Typhoon, getting it up to 17 meters per second, kind of keeping it with his Mustangs. And Dachshunds, doggos are getting taken for a walk. Love it. Obviously, Sacco was the big favorite in that one as well. And we're going to run our ad now, but we'll find another match for you. I am going to take the break to go throw on the pot of coffee, so you're not going to get quite as much shoutcast of this one, whatever it is. But let's give Baller some screen time. Baller against Raketo. One Mustang was out of line. I hate it. And it wasn't the one with the haste module, right? You can do it. If you know you're putting a haste module on one, you put it behind the line, and the haste module catches it up. Alright, Baller near side blue was a fortified specialist. Has gone into EMP Farseer, ranged melter, and carry arc light. Raketo on the far side, a supply specialist, has answered the carry arc light. This is a good answer to carry arc light, by the way. Answers the carry arc light with fort, with shield bubble. The arc lights take a long time to get through the shield bubble, and more importantly, they don't get any experience for all the time that they spend shooting the shield. So rather than having this guy scoring a bunch of experience for cleaning up a whole bunch of Mustangs, he is scoring basically nothing while he shoots that shield barrier. So that helped prevent that one particular arc light that I was showing. Helped prevent it from leveling up. Raketo does get the outside tower. He's got a level 3 triple teched fort. Triple teched absorb fort. This is one of my favorites. He's absorbing 20,000 hit points every second that he's doing full damage. If he can get locked onto the melter, he can burn the melter down before the melter can ramp its damage all the way up to finish him off. Of course, if one of the Farseers connects, then he's stuck at his normal, more normal range and rate of fire. So Raketo actually winning this round, and we'll see what the two of them do for round 9. Come on. right, joining me in the booth is going to be Alpha Titan. Thank you very much for joining me. How are you doing today, my friend?
I am doing well.
Excellent.
Glad to be here.
This is the season championship for Mechabellum Europe Season 2.
Excellent.
We've got a great group. That's about 110 or so. Baller.
I saw there were 3 groups.
Yeah, Baller goes down to Raqueta, 2086 MMR. Baller's at just under 2000 right now. But that one goes Raqueto's way. In our first match, we showed Arctorius against Cody. Wanted to talk through, since I know we have a bunch of new viewers right now. So I wanted to talk through how a tournament works.
Right.
Rules. You're going to have multiple rounds. Every round gives 1 point to the winner, so if you come to a live ranking table, 1 point. Yay, I have 1 win, I have 1 point. I don't understand why we need points, but, that's okay. Every round matches players with the same points against each other, if possible. Once all players complete 1 round, you get about a 3-minute break until the next round. And the tournament goes until there's exactly 1 player with no losses, and that person is the champion. The tournament ends. Minor points, which are not explained on that rules page, are the sum total of points from your opposition. So, Zlao Mamj beat Running Bear, I guess, and therefore Running Bear is 0-1. Running Bear has no points, and Lao has 1 point. Right? So if we go down and find Running Bear wherever they are.
It would be 0 and 1, but with 1 minor point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Zlao had 1.
It's not Running Beaver. It's not Running Bear. It's Running Beaver. But yes, 0 wins, 1 loss, no points, but 1 minor point because Lao has a point, right? So now there will be a whole bunch of players.
And for the rest of the tournament.
Hold on.
Every win Zlao Manch earns will also win a minor point for Running Beaver.
Yes, that is
as correct. A strength of tourney run kind of reference.
Right. Which is why it is unfortunate that a whole bunch of players will abandon. Because, for example, if you beat Saab, and Saab deserves to go 5-2 in this tournament, but he doesn't actually keep playing, you get no minor point, or you get 0 minor points from beating Saab, even though Saab is, a decent player, right? A good player.
Right.
And so that can be especially unfortunate if you did something like the amazing act of defeating Sako in round 1. If Zenzu's X had pulled it off, and Sako then abandoned, it would be really unfortunate for Zenzu. So it is a fault with the system, kind of an acknowledged fault. Other thing I wanted to explain is the way that this matched up. So we had 112, I think, and you'll see that it's the 1 versus 56, 3 versus 54, 5 versus 52. So a whole bunch of games that add up to 57, right, in terms of the original seed. So the top half of the group is done top versus bottom, but the bottom half of the group is done side by side. So 57 versus 58, 59 versus 60, 61 versus 62. And remember, these were seeded by MMR. So if you are worried about, for example, jumping into a tournament for the very first time and having your 1400 MMR pitted against Sako in round 1, that's really not going to happen because that 1400 MMR player would be down here. I think these are probably more in the 15s. I recognize the name ENS, for example. So I think these guys are probably in the 15s. So, bottom of the group, they've wound up facing each other. Now, in round 2, the entire unbeatens are going to be top versus bottom. So,
yes,
it'll be 1 versus, well, in this case, Warm Rain abandoned. So it'll be 1 versus 57, and then 55 versus 52, 54 versus 53. So top 3 control got 1 match at their level. Since they won it, they now get a match against Lao, and Lao's reward for being one of the top seeds is getting to face an easier schedule. So, in theory,
Round 2 has some of the most mismatched of the rounds. So if you can hang in there until post round 2, or have a decent round 1 and accept that round 2 may be a little bumpy, then after that you'll get genuinely good or logical seating there forward. So kind of hang in there.
Yes, that is exactly correct, Booyah. But think about it like that is the way March Madness works. The number 1 seed faces the number 64 seed, right? Or the number 1 seed faces the 16 seed. In each of the 4 brackets.
Right.
I mean, that is how seeding works.
It wouldn't be fair to anybody else if it weren't.
Mm-hmm. Now, later rounds, round 3 and onward, everything is seeded by current minor points. So you get a wild jumble, and you could conceivably want to... Yes, exactly. There is a tournament tonight, the Americas. You absolutely could register before you even do your first ranked game.
And you would literally, if you have no NMR, you would be playing the next least ranked player in the entire sign-up list.
Right.
As your first match.
First opponent.
Then game 2, you'd probably have a rough go of it, and from
only
there,
if you won. Only if you win game 1.
I get that's true.
Right. So if you lose game 1, yeah, fine. You play game 2 against somebody else who's down near the bottom,
and you have fun. You get some experience, and even if you win at where you're at, the best of the bottom bracket isn't going to be the best person in the tournament because the game can only have 128 people per grouping. So for like this tournament, there's 3 groups. So you would be only ever facing the half, depending on how many there are, or the top, or the bottom third, or the bottom fourth, depending on how many intervals of 128 they sign up.
Now, we did talk about this round likely having some of the worst matchups. So this is probably the least enjoyable to watch unless we watch some of the folks right in the middle. However, because somebody abandoned and we have an odd number of unbeatens, we're going to have the number 1 versus number 57. Kitty was upset, I think, in the first round. Now, Dorgon is a solid player, but Kitty was the highest ranked player who lost. So Dorgon managed an upset against Kitty. Kitty's punishment or reward is a match against the number 1 overall seed. So they are the top player who lost a match, and they're going to be facing Underdog.
That's got to be our best, most likely scenario for a good match, I would think.
Yes.
And of course, Underdog is nothing to sneeze at.
Do you remember the more common name for Underdog?
I do believe it's GCU, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's GCU.
Yeah. Just casually one of the best players to have played the game in that, Arbiter, Sacco, pod of players, Monks. Like, if you've played Mechabellum, you know those names as the upper echelon of theory crafting the game at its peak. Level of competitiveness.
Yep. Speaking of the game at its peak level of competitive, GCU is the player. So speaking of the game at the top level, the Meg 1 season just completed this morning. There is the link to that. If you want to see, this is the professional league for Mechabellum.
Great games this morning.
There were some great games. It was no spoilers, but it went 7. A best of 7 series that went to the 7th and final game. It was spectacular. So, hello, Toast. Welcome in. Toast, of course, one of our VIP sponsors. Deeply appreciated. Welcome home. Welcome to round 2 of, Season 2 European Championship. GCU playing under the name Underdog, near side blue. Kitty, far side red. Kitty has taken
a Farseer
cost control hand, and GCU agrees with Alpha Titan takes the Sledge Hound Farseer pack.
Farseer is just such a great unit. Round 4, it can solve just about any problem. Incredibly versatile at countering air, countering flanks. Just very solid, very efficient.
Now, Kitty
And cost control
makes good use of the cost control. Cost control starts with 300 cash on round 1, so unlocks Mustang and takes 1 extra Hound. So they've got one of the classic aggro comps, Mustang and Steel Ball. The reason that's a classic comp is they both have 16 meter per second speed. They will advance together, and in theory, the Mustangs will clear any air defense and chaff. The Steel Balls will clear any large defenses, especially something that tries to have armor. And you've got the Hounds as well supporting, which they move at 10 meters per second, but now you can give them mech rage to get them up to 14 meters per second, and they'll basically keep up with this group.
I was really surprised with Underdog doing vertical sledges forward and asymmetrical, because if the ball player is on the other side, they will get your tower first. So this forward center vertical is much more safe. I was wondering if Underdog just knew that Kitty picked that side kind of habitually and was countering the player or not.
Right. I think they were, and then changed his mind to just play it safe. So.
Of course, vertical sledge is very good at locking steel balls one at a time. Round 1, steel balls are so tanky, though, it's very hard for the sledge player to get a round 1 win, particularly with cost control having more units. But these Hounds are putting in work.
And the Hounds are doing a ton of work.
Hounds have decent DPS for their cost.
Yeah, they really do. Booyah, who is in chat, was asking, how do you counter mass steel ball? That has been one of their problems. And,
So vertical sledges are honestly very good for that. The other thing you can do is, obviously steel balls are on the ground, and they clump up, and they are short range. So things with splash, like Scorpion, or going air, are 2 of your best options. But if you go air, speed means that the balls will try to get your tower, so you either need to level your tower, or you need to have some other way of slowing them down, so that way you don't fight under tower debuff.
Round 2, Kitty takes the shield airdrop. Have talked many times about this, about how much I love it. The shield, normal shield is 40,000 hit points and costs you 100. This shield is 50,000 hit points, costs you 100, because you're not skipping, right? So 50 plus 50. And comes back every 3rd round. So you get a better shield for the same price, and you get to repeat it versus this one. And it doesn't cost one of your devices, so...
Interestingly, Underdog was debating that one, because steel balls are so good at popping the shield that you really have to be picky where you put it.
Yep.
It's still probably too good to not take, because you're getting a free shield with more HP multiple rounds in a game.
Right.
But against beam damage, they have great shield break. So in this case, it's definitely stronger for Kitty than it is for Underdog, at least at the early tempo. And here is that instant Scorpion. I love it.
Immediate Scorpion. And part of the reason here is Scorpion counters the Hounds as well. They will clump up in a way that the splash damage will help. It also countered the probable shield, so I think GCU was reading that opponent is definitely taking the shield. Nothing on GCU's board had a shield break prior to that.
Oh my gosh, that splash was brutal.
Takes out an entire pack in a single shot, and now it's down to the Mustangs. These Mustangs, by the way, are wearing the steel skin. I don't know if you can definitely see it, but the steel skin you can recognize by the lit up cockpit. Lighted effects that really pop in the night, on the night maps or dusk maps.
Super key here, GCU. Underdog.
Yes.
Actually skipped a deploy. Part of the reason why on round 2 you skip is because with 450 you can unlock and buy a Scorpion and not miss your chaff deploy. So the shield spell is put Underdog down 1 deploy in order for him to do the round 2 Scorpion.
Right. Kitty goes to 2 hackers. Now, looking at this, all of this is hackable. These are not.
Yeah.
Right? And because GCU, as Titan just pointed out, because he skipped a chaff deploy, he's behind in terms of having little units that would slow the hackers down. Those hackers are going to get some pretty instant locks. Now, what the hackers are terrible at is hacking shields. They do 1/3 of their normal damage against shield. And, of course, they can't target air at all, but that's what the Mustangs were for. GCU did add the Phoenix and one more crawler. So far we've only been hacking the crawlers. Now we're hacking the hounds. The hounds and sledges get hacked super, super quick. I think we hacked the lead sledge as well.
Yes.
Before the crawlers even arrived. Do we get to hack the Scorpion and have the Scorpion break the bubble because there is one last sledge in it? That is
Oh my
painful.
goodness.
Oh, that is about as poor a round as it could have been for GCU. Well played from Kitty. Now, I think round 3 hackers are going to be pretty counterable, but they also get
Both
to
of them
level
leveled.
up, in part because they were targeting the level 2 hounds in the middle, and of course the Scorpion is a ton of experience. Now Kitty is adding some level 2 wasps. I would actually love to take 4 fangs as underdog. I don't want to feed level 2 fangs to Mustangs, but they do counter the wasps and they do counter the hackers. So,
I mean, Typhoon is interesting here because it actually kind of counters all of these in a headbutt. Also, Boat is good into specifically hacker.
Yeah, Boat is great.
So it can let you pivot out of Scorpion because it's getting hacked, and that Boat. So like, there's honestly every one of those drops had use and counter play both, and I think there is going to be a double Boat here from
we sold,
underdog.
Yeah, it looks like we've taken Launcher Overload. So reduced the rate of fire from 4.6 to 2.3. This fight is happening at close range, so losing 20 meters and having this guy right up on the line is fine. Crawlers are much better against Mustangs than Fangs are. Fangs have that 119 hit points. Crawlers have 277, so Mustangs take longer to hack through them. Steel Balls take a little longer to kill them. Hackers take a little longer to kill them. The only thing that doesn't care about that particularly is the Hound. Question now is one boat going to be able to handle 2 packs of level 2? Oh wait, no, I forgot about the Farseer Specialist. Farseer out here is going to just destroy those level 2 wasps. I bet Kitty forgot about Farseer Specialist too when she was looking at this board. Tower timing was amazing, using the range on the Farseer, and GCU turns it all around with essentially with 2 units and selling the first unit that got hacked, adding a chaff right on the line, that frontline crawler, and of course did add some further chaff further back as well. It was 3 deploys, but the 3 deploys were crawler, and I believe this one back crawler. Those were the 3
filling in that chaff port because they were behind from their earlier decision making.
But also, I want to have these running in to permanently distract the hackers, the Steel Balls, and the
exactly.
So
a never-ending stream, just kind of that diagonal line.
Yep. So this, if you are a relatively new player, you have probably not been buying enough chaff. It is end of round 4. Look how many Underdog has, right? Already up to, I was going to say 6, but I wouldn't have been quick enough. Adds a 7th one over here. And in some places, this one is, for example, to prevent a sentry missile. Or help against that, I guess. But over here, it is just, I know all of these are going to die, and I don't care. They're just supposed to run out in front and get, make sure that my main units aren't getting targeted.
In this game, I really feel like Kitty is playing too defensively. The Wasps were not leveraged in an aggressive position last time. The call-in is being used as defense as well. I feel like underdog is being allowed to greed and not being checked or being kept honest by Kitty's plays.
Right. A mobile beacon could have taken this whole group right to tower any round so far.
Yep.
There has never been a single unit out here. And that is the play I would have really liked to see from Kitty. Don't even go get into this fight. Just go get the tower. Kitty did take AA Specialist on the Wasps. So they are her anti-air answer to the Overlords, but the Overlords have Splash now, and Splash, of course, increases their area of effect up to 14 meters. So it basically doubles the area, doubles the radius. But how does that math work from? It's pi r squared. Right. Oh, right. So we've gone from
4 times the volume of.
Yeah. We've gone. Oh, we have fallen through the floor. That was entertaining. Typhoon for GCU. Extra anti-air from the Marksman. So obviously, if Kitty is going to be in boats, and GCU does not have the Wasp spawning tech on his boats, Kitty knows she can just take Marksman, launch them straight at those Overlords with aerial specialization, and hopefully do some real damage to them.
Classic boat-foon combination, and the barrier gives something that the hackers will struggle with on the ground.
Hackers are going to struggle.
Typhoon is great chaff clear, and can also shred Wasp.
And
with boat being 500 now, they are also much less susceptible to anti-air Wasp. They can still lose to them, of course.
Right.
But the extra health goes a long way, particularly when combined with the Splash upgrade.
Right. Now, the level 3 Marksmen are going to do 11,000 damage per shot, and that will kill them in 2 shots. So I think GCU needs to take Defense Enhancement to change that from 2 shots to 3. And wait, that was not it. That was leveling the tower.
I said the crawlers are technically in the Marksman's line, so it won't be an insta-lock.
Right. So
but once it does lock, it will hurt.
Right. So what we're talking about there, the aerial specialization gives you 30 extra meter range against air units. The way it actually works is reduces the effective range to the air unit by 30 meters, but the effective range to the air unit does include the z-axis, so it's the angled, not overhead, range. And so if the boat were 100 meters away and a crawler were 80 meters away, the Overlord would, or the Marksman would target the Overlord. However, if the Overlord is 115 meters away and the crawler is 80 meters away, the Marksman will target the crawler. And you can see this guy always had crawlers more than 30 meters closer to that Marksman, so it never got targeted. And this one did eventually run out of protection and get shot down by these guys. But that is fixable with some more chaff that arrives behind it, or giving it a little bit more range. There we go. Laser sights on it, level 2 on it. Kitty has also taken the laser sight.
Naturally.
And ranged the Marksman. That was not the problem out here.
The real question I have is, are you going to put the laser sight on Wasps or on Mustangs?
She has
I think it should go on the level 3 Mustang.
Just double-teched the Wasps. I kind of feel like going harder into the Wasps. When she had the Mustangs already, it was kind of a mistake, but we'll see. Oil is good.
Right.
Oil to slow down all the support for the Overlord. If she can get the Overlords to overrun the chaff, then the Marksman gets to target the Overlord, which is exactly what she needs.
The fire on these hounds is going to be very good for burning chaff to hopefully clear quickly so you can get earlier locks on the boat. Although the fire from hounds is very interceptable, so it could potentially be a one-turn play. and the Typhoon shield will do a good job of keeping it off to an extent.
I was also going to say that is why it's really important that GCU's boat is 40 meters off the line, not closer to the line, because the fire will be up on the line, and crawlers will continuously flow past it into the... Even if they die in the fire, they'll still be out in front of the fire to draw, or out in front of the boat to draw the targeting for a moment.
I really don't like this laser sight on the marksman because the marksman was already in range of everything, and the extra range is completely superfluous. So I think that is just a huge misplay. And you don't get to make the benefit of the priority opportunity until you're out of range of other units. And by extending that range, the odds of you being distracted go up. It keeps you, and boat on the line, especially when you start to get levels and a couple of techs, it can just absolutely run away with things. So this is looking like a showcase of why boat is still strong. Underdog here.
Gorgeous golden skin. One of the skins you can pick up. Ooh, it is getting orbital jabbed. Well, that's going to hurt, but we'll see how Underdog plays around it.
I like beacon to the tower on the right. I think this round you just kind of have to expect that, and you try to rush this tower on the outside.
What if we just train the Overlord so it has more than 70,000 hit points?
As soon as something tickles it, it dies. It's still gonna beacon. Okay.
And we
so instead of abandoning the fight. Right.
Right. The beacon is to save the Typhoons.
And there's also temp speed to try and get out of there quick.
Yep, to get out of there as quickly as we can. I actually think
for those that don't know, when you beacon, you actually... I think the Typhoons will. I don't think the boat will, but there is a world where maybe it does. I just don't think there's enough of a distance. But whenever you mobile beacon, as long as no enemy units are in the path, it will move and keep shooting. And that's why drawing a small beacon prevents them from getting stopped by something like Chaff getting in front of that path.
And keeping it in his own territory for most of that beacon as well. And he knows he only needs to move one circle's worth. So... be really interesting. My eye is going to be right here at the start of the round. See how that plays out.
Also, he has been leveling these crawlers
and the boat. The boat takes the damage, but because we leveled it, it is still alive. So the value from that orbital javelin was just some chaff.
He also took the tier 2 tower health, so instead of 76,000, it had 95.
Right.
Which meant that it was way more than a stiff breeze away from being knocked down. And honestly, if your opponent takes jab and you take tower health times 2, you've almost paid the same price. And that jab bought Kitty literally nothing.
Yep.
That's a great way to leverage permanent value off of temporary value.
And it's not permanent because the game has concluded.
Can't take it with you.
Seed. Yes, your number 1 seed is through, and Kitty goes to 0-2. Yes, welcome in, Doxon. We are commentating. We got to see a Hound showcase in round 1 with the Arctorius match against Cody. So I figured you would enjoy that amongst other things.
How did that go?
Cody went down hard, but
oof.
We got a great showcase of how strong hounds can be as they chewed up forts.
Nice. Yep. And speaking of, Underdog was leveling his crawlers, he was leveling his hounds. He had a level 6 hound, by the way, behind that boat. Oh. And that hound was 2nd overall DPS on the board with 135,000 damage.
Oh, wow.
So it was feasting on Mustangs, and it was feasting on hackers, and was just, like, those hounds were putting in a deceptively high amount of work, and the crawlers were literally there to tank because the only chaff clear was Mustang, and level 3 crawler with Subterranean Blitz just doesn't die. So punishing the lack of proper chaff clear with leveled and tanky techs on our crawlers to let the boats and the Typhoons and the hounds just be pretty much undead almost all game.
Unkilled. But yes.
Yes, that's
not dead.
Thank you. Yes, they almost never died consecutively,
Right.
just leveling and surviving and doing hit point damage.
Well, we've got Hobo Sage Poohbeard against KOT. The KOT is in solid control. Like the Ion Blast, I really like using the oil to keep units in the Ion Beam. So if they walk into it, they're going to get slowed down by the oil, and they're not going to walk out of it. The Ion Beam does have some splash, so you'll see how that affects this melting point. For example, this oil is exquisitely placed to be just
great
outside
spell
of the
layering,
and it needed to run left to right instead of right to left. Order you place it depends on decides the order that they drop. But you can see that thing is just stuck right in it.
Oh my goodness!
And the barrier goes down, and the melter goes down. That was just beautiful. This combo play was just amazing from KOT.
12,000 supply worth of bubbles and units going down to that ion beam and just getting anchored in place.
Mm-hmm.
Or 1,200, excuse me.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite combos as well. As you know from playing with me 2v2.
Yes.
Speaking of which, Alpha Titan and I will be on tomorrow for as a team in the European 2v2 Championship for Season 2. So look forward to that with us tomorrow's cast.
Yes.
Same time as this. KOT gets the W. We did actually spend most of Friday on a training warpath.
Yes, we did. We went 8-2 on Friday.
We are on an 8-game winning streak.
That's true. We left on a high note.
We did indeed. So, should be a lot of fun on tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
100%.
Then we'll be back with normal play on Monday. I'll be back on ladder.
Oh
Monday
boy, what are those vortex?
Well, this is a lot. Yeah. Math is Might, by the way, really, really strong player on the far side. We know he wins this round and brings this match close.
Okay.
Those forts are in amazing shape, and what he's got here is AA barrage to handle any air game. In this case, it looks like he's driven the opponent completely out of whatever air they were in, which is allowing him to now run his Phoenix with range. So he's got the Vulcans with range and Scorch to clear all the chaff, the forts with barrier and range to clear the sledges, and ranged Phoenix, plus whatever can get lock on the level 3 melter over here. A single level 3 melter is never going to handle all of this. Even if it had heal, it would be in a lot of trouble. It would be at full health right now, by the way, if it had taken this healing tech.
Photon Farseer did an absolute ton of work for Math's Might because those sledges would otherwise be crippling these giants.
With EMP, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Curious what stage of the game that was. What specialist was Math's Might? Was he Farseer?
No. Sabertooth.
Then the triple Farseer must have been a drop and probably was a saving grace.
Yeah. So Oscar is running the full 4-tech. I told you Cody used to run this. Oscar must have seen it at some point because he's got the sledge line shoulder to shoulder. You guys have seen the way I run a sledge line. It is a little bit more spread out and relies a bit more on having a single target damage behind it. I imagine that was Phoenix, and he's allowed Math's Might to drive him out of it, rather than committing to it anyways. He does...
Well, with the Farseers, you can't even turn them off, so it's definitely really tough to try and combat leveled forts.
Right. He does...
with that before your air goes down.
He does get this thing to level 4 and gives it healing. So it would have healed about 1/3 hit points last round. Can anybody actually bring it down quickly enough?
I think level 3 forts absolutely can. And if nothing else, the shield will be down due to the nuke, if not taking a decent chunk. I think Mathis might has this. I'm a little surprised to not see EMP on the enemy Phoenix, Mathis Might's Phoenix, although maybe he doesn't run it. Do the Farseers have EMP tech on them? As a way to turn the melters off?
He does not run
Gotcha.
it. The Farseers do have EMP available to them. And they are getting out
Okay.
in front. It would need range first, as they get out
Yes,
in
they
front
would.
of all the giants and die pretty quickly.
That would be expensive at that point as a triple tech.
This guy
And
was
honestly, it's
stuck.
unnecessary.
This guy got stuck on Shaft, never locked onto the giants he needed to, so all the healing in the world was not going to fix that problem. And the level 1s are not tanky enough to survive. Mathis Might, very good. Right, I think that has put us into our next round, starting about a minute and a half. Winners for
Yes.
round 2 include GCU, Sacco. Big upset here, Ascension, 52nd. So would have been like the 105th, 104th, 103rd seed in the tournament. Upsets number 5, Wekfiji. Very nice. Skay against Impermeable. Pepples gets the win. Shadoff, Odyssey, Fanatics, Sparty, Tasty Bait, all with the wins. Lord Clankariat, Stunter, Banshee Fail, Zenek, Lexus, Black Sheep, we saw KOT, Raketo, Glassbottom, L, Arptorius gets to 2-0 after beating Cody, Hawkins Space, Mathis Might, Apucci, Doxson, and Lau with the wins. So basically, the expected outcome for all of these matches, except with the upset, Banshee Fail with a minor upset, big upset was Ascension. If you are currently 9th, who would you be fighting in this tournament? You would be fighting 21. Or 20, apparently. So you're fighting Tasty Bait. Good luck. Have fun. A Sacco against Wekfiji might be the match for us.
They are both good.
Yeah.
And honestly, with an odd number like this, watching the
Spoiler.
best of the person with -1 in the spoiler role is a great way to just pick some great games.
Yep. Ascension, who had that upset, their reward for it is getting Skay. Yikes.
Well,
let us take.
when you're on that,
I think we just take Sacco, right?
yeah.
There's just no reason to pass that up. Let's do it. Okay, we'll jump into that one. I was looking for Underdog, just to make sure they didn't have a...
Right. It would be so amazing to have a throwback to the old days and have a Sacco and Underdog finals. That is what I am rooting for in my heart.
All right. Do you know much about Wekfiji?
I've seen them play. I have been impressed with them before I recognize the name, and I know enough to know that I consider them to be in that truly elite tier of players, but I don't really know a lot about them stylistically.
After introducing, I'm gonna step off to fill a cup of coffee, so you'll have the first round essentially to yourself.
I will hold it down.
All right. Welcome to round 3 of the European Championship for Mechabellum Season 2. Your hosts, Amarok and Alpha Titan. We've got the number 2 seed, OG of this tournament, against the number 5 seed, Wekfiji. So, Sacco, the defending 2v2 champion. Near side, blue, fortified specialist with tarantulas and fangs. Wekfiji, on the far side, is 0-1 after an upset loss to Ascension in round 2. They're 1-1, I'm sorry, excuse me. will be a giant specialist with a storm and arclight start, adding some crawlers.
All right. So I know that a lot of players right now, Sacco in particular, has said if you get tarantulas, you play them on the line. They are great leveraging that health. They're a bit of a bully. They struggle in standard. If they're in standard, then they are basically deliberately intended to be self-otter. And Sacco absolutely playing to that. Storms can be decent against them, but of course, against any real aggro position, Storms tend to struggle, particularly with fast chaff. With Wek4G being giant spec, you can expect to see multi-melter, you could see fort. Those have been kind of the big giants that have been doing well on the defensive here, but honestly, very standard, very stock deployments from both for round one. I had to guess. I think there's a good chance that Sacco definitely loses at least one Tarantula and could lose round one with the way that the arc lights and the storms are placed. But I definitely think the early tempo is going to be with Sacco, as multiple directions of attack are able to be established in rounds 2 and onward, at least in the early game. Also, the way the crawlers are vertical behind tarantulas or other 3x3 units has started to get really good splits and really troll arc lights in defense, and has become a new thing, whether that's with scorpions or with tarantulas. So, a good deployment kind of tech option, if you will.
Doesn't
being lured
like
away from
we're gonna
tower.
get the tower. Yeah, we've lured them away. So Wek4G's defense is solid in round 1.
Yes, it is.
We will go to round 2. Hello to Blue Feral and Bimpy. Welcome in.
Mass bird.
That is
Interesting. Especially going into giant spec, that very much invites fort. I almost think that's a mistake because mass bird really loses out, so you've got to have some kind of tanky air unit in front to try and hold the line for them.
But he will have shield and quantum reassembly for them.
That's true.
And charged shot to be able to bust through
Yeah, but
shields.
Charge shot scales so well with levels, and mass bird really hurts that scaling. So that's
Right.
a little bit of anti-synergy. But I mean, what you can't do with one bird, maybe you can do with 2 or 3 because they're mass produced.
Right. You no other way we're going to buy 3 of them this round. And they do 2,000 damage apiece. So
Yes. They still have pack a punch, that's for sure. But they die to a stiff breeze, either to marksman or to fort AA, which is what I anticipate Wek4G going into as the answer to this board as it's developing.
Right. I think the more canonical answer to them is marksman with EMP, because that would turn off the quantum reassembly.
Sure.
That's become much less important now that you can only reassemble once. When you were able to reassemble 3 times, it was really important to turn off the quantum reassembly. And it is... Go ahead.
There's also a interesting possible line where Sacco only plays 3 packs of mass recruited Phoenix and just gets $300 of value out of them, and Fort AA is almost baited in a sense because of how much value they provide early with relatively little additional commitment.
Well, and
so I don't think it should be his first response, but I definitely think it's an ace in the hole, depending on how hard the commit goes.
We'll also point out that even though they only cost 100 apiece, they still did full 200 damage to the hit point.
Yes.
So that was 1,000 points of surviving damage in 2 tarantulas and 6 phoenix. Drops Wek4G from 4,200 to 3,200, and Sacco's still at 4,300. If you're brand new to the game, the way that damage to the hit point bar works by the level 1 sell price of a unit when you first buy it. So Tarantula is 200 normally. A pack of Phoenix is 200 divided by 2 because there's 2 Phoenix, so it's 100 apiece. It does not matter that they are mass produced. They still do that value. It doesn't matter that they are level 3 and would sell for 400. Fire Badgers would still do 200 divided by 3 units in the pack, so 67 apiece.
And speaking of Fire Badger, these level 3 Badgers are going to be an absolute menace. They are so much of a bully on the ground. Unless you have something like a Scorpion, I think they will literally just bully their way straight to the left side tower and win, especially with this air support. They are just so tanky. They do so much damage. They melt chaff, and there's like 5 100 cost units on the left. And Stormcallers are not going to be able to pound them into submission, I don't think.
Yeah, they will survive many, many shots from a Stormcaller. Opponent added triple Mustangs, and as Toast pointed out in chat, the Phoenix would give full XP on death, so experience, of course, also works very similarly to the sale price mechanic, but it's 1x for level 1, 3x for level 2, 5x for level 3, and on upwards. But again, it's round 3. We've got these mass-produced Phoenix. We did buy one more, so we had 4 of them. We had the drop. That survives. We bought another Tarantula. That survived. Wekfiji is under 2,000 hit points after 3 rounds. Is there a world where Sacco closes this out in 4?
There is, and he has Stonks module, which could also... Wait, was I blind?
He did not take the Stonks module.
Sorry, Wekfiji took it. I was thinking you could even potentially stonk out of your masked birds as a way of cashing in on them.
Oh, yeah.
As you go. But honestly, this is a tempo game. There is the Fort AA coming down. Really confused that it's going on the left.
When
I guess the idea is even if you lose... I guess the idea is even if you lose the right, the fort will be able to kill the Fire Badgers. And then the birds have to fly to you.
And we can drop a shield over here to slow down the Tarantulas and Phoenix. Unfortunately, we have not slowed down the Incendiary Bomb, which is going to demolish everything on that side.
Side is going to melt. It's so sad. And not taking the fire to take that Stonk module is incredibly greedy by Wekfiji in this particular situation. Being at 1,800 on round 4 hurts.
So it is 10, I'm sorry, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 20, 200 cost units. So Wekfiji has to kill at least 4 Phoenix, or 2 Tarantula, or 1 Tarantula and 1 Phoenix to survive to next round. And the Phoenix do survive the first volley, because they were still moving, and most missiles in the game work like Stormcallers, where they fire at the stationary position rather than the final spot. Now, Wekfiji has knocked off 2 packs of Phoenix and one of the 3 Fire Badgers. So it's close. It was really going to depend.
Oh, I think he like 30 health left.
54 health left. It depended on how many things survived. If one more Fire Badger had lived on this side, if that fort hadn't killed 1 Fire Badger, this game would be over right now after 4 rounds.
That would have been a round 4.
We go to round 5. Yes, 54. That is not the number of hit points you want on round 5.
And there's the air tank to tank those fortresses. Just like literally the flowchart of this game was right there. But Wekfiji did get to stonk out of the storms, which is going to help. They get their own Rhino from the drop.
Working armor, but not field maintenance, the Wraiths. Armor, I guess, against the Mustangs. And it will provide more hit points that are required for the anti-air barrage to get through.
Of course, loaning, because now is the time. If he had temp ranged last round, I think it's a 4-round knockout, but you don't count on that.
Right. Well, in our local betting, Sacco was an 8-1 favorite.
fair.
It's fair, yes. We've added range and charged shot to the Phoenix, so commits into them now that he's got a unit to protect them, and he knows what Wekfaji's answers are going to be in terms of the AA Barrage and the ranged Phoenix. There is a flank, a desperation flank with a level 2 Rhino. I think this flank is making the mistake that you and I have talked about, just spending too much of your time waiting for things to summon in at the end game. If you're this close to death, you need things to happen faster. Like, this Rhino could have been on the line, attacking either tower or here with a mobile beacon, rather than paying a summoning price. It does eventually get the tower, but that's not going to be enough.
It might. No, it won't.
There
will be birds left.
There will be birds, there will be tarantulas. Even one surviving bird would have been 50 hit points. No, it would have been 100 hit points, so.
Yep.
Any one bird was it. He needed to take a chance, but what I'm saying there is a Rhino here to pull everything to it, and a Rhino out here with a mobile beacon gets this tower quicker than paying 10 seconds of summoning and coming in from the corner. If he wanted to do this, it almost had to have been, Rhino here to have the minimum running time. Possibly Crawler there, Rhino here just to slow the running time. But I really think just paying the 10 seconds was too much.
It was close.
It was close.
The real challenge was, I do think, in 2 rounds, Wekfaji is in an almost unlosing position, but based on how rounds 2 through 4 went, Sacco knew that this game wasn't going to reach round 6.
Indeed. Wekfaji wins round 1, Sacco wins rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5 so hard that the game is over on 5. That was
short game, but honestly, a lot happened. Very interesting. Just a great use of tempo, and honestly, Sacco played the cards that he was given every round.
Yes. He just committed to the cards given, whether that was the Fire Badger or teching the Wraith, but not really buying more of them. Just they were what he needed to tank the anti-air barrage. Played the mass-produced Phoenix, but as you said, didn't tech them until he knew what the answers were and how he was going to handle the answers, so he could have sold out of them, or stonked out of them if he needed to. And really denied Wekfaji the Giant Specialist specialty, right? Wekfaji spends 200 to unlock the fort, saves 200 on that one unlock. But that's about it. That's all they got out of it, and it happened too late to turn the game.
A Giant Specialist really needs to unlock 2 Giants before their Specialist means something, because almost everyone gets $200 of economy in the form of something useful.
Right.
So to get the unlock value, you need to kind of cash in at least twice, whether that's to block drops or to get a dual giant build online. And the shorter the game is, more that a giant specialist will struggle, which is sometimes why Storms with giant spec is very greedy. But if your opponent aggroes, especially with a high tempo aggro, it will absolutely punish you for taking that line.
GCU abandoned after beating Kitty.
I saw that.
Which I am disappointed to hear, but understandable. Life comes first. Taking care of yourself in whatever way that might be. We are going to jump into versus Tasty Bait, since they're both over 3,000 hit points.
Yeah,
and,
the game is just getting warmed up.
Is a viewer. Say hello to Alpha Bananas. And we'll even go ahead and put up a mini mid-game prediction for this one.
Smoke is going to hurt. And we have forts. Might be considering AA, but it would be a little premature as yet. Sabers into forts is not the matchup you want to be with a Saber player. Elite Hacker is a card that they have, but this doesn't really look like it's going to be one of those games. Also a level 2 Sandworm for Tasty Bait, so winning the right side, losing the left side. The forts do have range, but no elite, so forts in standard could be punished with a melter pivot. So lots of options, lots of angles. Sabers are untacked, so they could be sold out of to find those melter pivot option angles.
That is a level 5 ranged steel ball over there, by the way.
I see.
That thing is a
That is where the
beast.
tempo has been.
Yep.
But right now it's feeding levels.
It just feeds some levels to a fort. A marksman is real close to leveling, but didn't quite. We did put up channel point predictions. You've got about 1 more minute to get in on that one. I didn't want to give you the full 5 minutes because, you know,
Right.
we're deep into it. So
That said, it is round 7, and right now, Tasty Bait did loan the last round, so there's a slight window for him to make use of this in the late game, but I think they're committing to their steel balls, which is going to struggle against these ranged forts.
Steel ball from standard with Mustang and Phantom Ray above it. Arc lights for the chaff
Fire.
Fire
It almost got the
front.
high level Mustangs, but it didn't quite in the back.
Back here.
Yes. Mustangs all had like a tickle of health left.
Right. The many steel balls are in trouble. They are gone. 4 surviving forts. Yeesh. Standard forts, my beloved. But they don't have elite marksmen. It's not going to be Code of Fly style forts.
Right.
Takes the smoke. I expect the forts might take the absorption module. No, he also takes the smoke. Be funny if they put them basically side by side over here.
It would. Just this giant cloud that both sides have to walk through depending on who wins. So he's
exactly
has been intensiving these steel balls. And I really think you need to sell out. I think that it was too hard of a commitment into a deep steel ball where your speed and your closeness to tower sniping was not really a threat.
Yeah, they were level 7 last round, and they did 1,891 damage. So,
yep.
Yeah, it is definitely time.
Honestly,
to
only 48,000 for the game is really low.
Well, that's only since we joined.
You're right. I'm dumb. I know that. Good catch. That's since we joined. I'm sure that they probably had a 300,000 game or more.
They've had a great game.
That's fair. That's fair.
Both
if anything, that means that the round we joined, they did almost 48,000 because they only did 1,000 last round.
Yeah. Both players are blocking most of the smoke, assuming that this shield bubble doesn't go down within 5 seconds, which is possible with these forts taking aim at it, but seems unlikely. Assuming that fort is still up, that smoke will be blocked. This part of the smoke will land for him. Smoke lands where it is along the center line, and then the missile that lands on the center line creates the smoke for that part of the smoke rectangle.
Right. Blocking the center line of call-in spells like that leave battlefield effects will block all of it. Yeah. Otherwise, it's only the perimeter of your shield that is unaffected.
Right.
That said, the fire last round was vastly better for Tasty Bait, so that not being here is a equalizer. And these melters are just in a prime position to punish these forts. And they do not have elite.
And 3 of those steel balls, now 2 of them, have survived to get in on tower.
Okay.
They had just enough hit points. Mobile Beacon does not need to go through the tower. But he does stabilize. Wins his round 8. Brings Tasty Bait under 2,000 hit points. 1,300 to 1,900. Round 9.
This is an example where I really want these melters to get the levels, because if the fort locks, a level 2 melting point will survive a few hits, and a level 2 melter will absolutely pop forts.
Right.
Like, in the blink of an eye. You've got to shield them, though, when there's smoke, and I have faith that will. It's too essential not to.
We're adding 2 more of them. We haven't sold anything. I expect we sell this to put a melter right in that square. Nope, we have sold something else.
was the ray in the corner.
Oh, right
Since
down
they're
here, yeah.
it was just feeding the Mustang. It was an early tempo unit.
Yep.
Please shield. Without smoke, with that smoke, it'll be painful. And of course, the Fang summoning on the forts is going to be very strong against these melters.
Now, Fang
There's not
summoning
great Fang
was
clear.
yeah, Fang summoning was nerfed at the end of season 2 here, so it's now producing 8 Fangs. They produce every 36 seconds. They used to produce more Fangs more quickly, so it's not quite as bad as it used to be. But when you've got 8 forts producing 8 Fangs, you'll have 56 more units. No, 64 more units on the field, and there is a couple of Mustangs for chaff clear.
No shield.
And
No.
we shielded
Okay,
one of them
there's
just in time.
Still gonna hurt.
That is a great point from Toast. It's even more important to level the melters when you are facing a fort that has elite marksman teched.
Yes.
Because you get to the point where the fort can kill the melter in 2 hits, or even 1 hit if it's a level 3 fort targeting a level 1 melter. The Fangs do get nicely cleared by the Mustangs. You get this, I think that was the second set of Fang production. Just ticked, but they don't get out in front quite quickly enough, right? You can see this set of Fangs didn't get out in front to protect the melter because the Fangs and forts both have the same base speed, 6 meters per second. And this round goes hard for
almost enough.
Brings Tasty Bait to 330 hit points.
However, the smoke on the right side for Tasty Bait is gone, but the smoke in the middle lingers.
Right. White Jaeger has a question from chat. Does the absorption module stack with the MP's lifesteal tech? Yes and no. Sorry, I know that's not the answer you want to give.
The healing does not.
The healing
but the health
does not
from both does apply.
Yeah, exactly correct.
Uh-oh.
Going for
that is extremely ambitious.
Ranged launcher overload war factory on the line, just to tank everything. White Jaeger, you are welcome. There's another smoke up. Tasty Bait was asked, would you like smoke? And said, yes.
I don't know what he's smoking, but it's working.
We'll see. We'll see in a moment.
Or, I guess that's fair. Oh, we're going to beacon the war factory back. That was the only place that he could place it, I guess? I'm really curious.
I mean, there are other 7x7s.
If it works.
Yeah, this... Is it to take the early...
But the forts are going to have to wander forward.
It brings them into the melter's range. This melter is... I would have just mobile beaconed this melter out of the smoke. Personally.
I'm really curious to see. I also think that Melter's getting the EMP barrage here was absolutely going to be high value. What text do we have on these Fangs? None at the moment. That's a huge missed opportunity from Tasty Bait.
Yeah, I think shield on the Fangs could have been amazing. Also, Mech Rage would have changed the lock at the very end game of last round.
But I think that these forts will get it done. I think.
It's close. There's still some Fangs.
Yeah, they get there.
We go.
Those melters needed some levels, and we need a little bit more chaff clear, not a giant.
And 2 techs on the giant, I think, was overspending, right?
Yes.
Or 800, 300... I think this is 450 at that point. So we spent 1550 on the War Factory, which could conceivably have been EMP Barrage and Energy Absorption. It could have been EMP Barrage and another Mustang. Been more shields. And
I like 2 elite Mustangs and a melter, and then take your melter levels, and then take Melting Point, EMP Barrage.
Right. We did level the 2 middle Melters this round. But yeah,
Okay,
not taking
that is good.
Barrage was, I think, an interesting one.
The Firestorm Callers made a big difference in killing the Fang clear, which then consequently meant that the Melters had a hard time with locks.
Right.
But honestly, bringing Tasty Bait to 330
Yeah, it's
and that's an unexpected 2-0, like
yeah.
And of course, you're not out of the tournament yet. You just have one loss under your belt. So honestly, great play, and you've got a lot of tournament left.
Yep. And that has ended our round 3. We'll go around the group. Sacco with the win over Wekfiji, as we saw a quick and clean victory. Keppels beats Zenek, who I met on ladder yesterday. Stunter over Glossbottom. Lord Clankariat, Tasty Bait, Dachshund, Mathis might get the wins. Shadoff beat Hawk in Space. Apuchi beats L. Lau, who was, I think, our original number 2 seed, beats Raketo. Banshee Fail, Sparty, Arctorius, and Skay, all with the wins. So that is going to leave us with 14 unbeaten. As long as nobody else abandons, we'll have 7 unbeaten matches. This will be our quarterfinals. Tasty Bait against Sparty.
There are some matches.
Dachshund against Arctorius. Shadoff against Lau. And Sacco Apuchi. Yeah. Do it.
I think we have to. It feels like there's 3 finals caliber matches here potentially, but you don't skip Apuchi and Sacco facing off.
No.
I would love to see a headbutt between these two. I think that would be really fun to see, because we don't get nearly as many headbutts as we used to, it feels like. I feel like the packs are defined well enough that if one player has good packs for aggro, then those packs can't exist on the other side, and so we tend to get more defensive and offensive pairings, or defensive and defensive pairings, but offense into offense feels rarer in my experience.
So Tasty Bait arrives. Tasty Bait is the one and only Fangs, and says, "Big balls, scary." Yeah, those level 7 steel balls were amazing. Your
level 8 by the end.
They were level 8 at the end. Yeah.
Yes, they were.
Your opponent was Alpha Bananas here. Lou, thank you so much, with a whole bunch of gift subs. Gifts to Torixon, Owl Bear Samurai, Tempra01, Strum is God, OK Bad, and Rack Plays. Thank you so much for the support, Lou, over many, 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 many months.
Very nice.
Really appreciate you. And that moves him into number 2 slot for gifted subs this month. Welcome to our quarterfinals, round 4 of the European Season 2 Championship, Sacco versus Apuchi. We just saw Sacco run through Wekfiji in a quick 5 rounds. Apuchi on the far side at 3-0 after beating L. What packs?
Early Sacco takes Typhoon spec here. Like, Ball Crawl with Typhoon is screaming aggro. I could see Apuchi taking Marksman spec, end up going with a Sabertooth.
And you did, in fact,
Typhoon
call it for Sacco.
Mm-hmm.
Well done. Apuchi,
it was just too good.
Apuchi is the defending America's champion. Won the gold badge last week for winning Advanced Group 1. Looking to add a season title to the to his impressive resume. Both of these gentlemen have impressive resumes. They've both won professional tournaments. Sacco, winner of the Mag 1 Championship. Apuchi, winner of the Launch Clash Tournament.
We might be getting the headbutt I asked for. Both of these are aggro packs. That would be so fun to see. And Apuchi, by the way, has been playing Scorpions like there's no tomorrow. In fact, really quickly, he actually had a game where he had 150 cost Scorpions because of Junior Man and Sub-Scorp. It had 11 of them triple teched on round 6.
Oh my goodness.
So he has been playing Siege mode Scorp.
Okay.
And he has been playing it a lot. I'm curious to see if we'll see that here. Although in a headbutt, there's much less likely for Siege.
we get a odd headbutt with Sacco playing his steel balls from deep, not super deep, but mid-deep maybe, and Apucci playing his
Deep
on the
enough.
line.
Even if that they didn't get the locks he would have wanted, I think.
Yeah, he was hoping to have the chaff cleared, right? As the steel
Right.
balls arrive, no need to let the steel balls get up into the main fight, but Apucci will win. Okay, 2 crawlers got the tower. Yes.
The moral victory.
Exactly. We won the tower. And note that they got 200 experience points for that, so that pack is most of the way to level. You don't necessarily want to level crawlers in some boards, but in other boards it can be really, really valuable too. So, depends
This
on
looks
what
like a board you would kind of like the level, potentially.
Would you like some extra fangs?
Sledge or the Wraith or the Fang are tempting. I think Storms are just total troll here into this particular lineup. I wonder if Apucci takes this Wraith. I think that's what he's debating.
Certainly has had some
There it is.
He has had some success with Wraith in the past. So, very noticeably in the finals of the Launch Clash tournament, he had a great set of Wraith plays.
Sacco immediately transitioning into a defensive formation here.
Right.
With this triple Arclight. Mm-hmm. I could honestly see this being a charge shot formation in the making. It's great into pound ball. And with the way he's building this V shape of Arclights, I really think that is where he's going with this. I think this is an Arclight angle that he is going to be hard committing into. Wraith, of course, will have a day because there's nothing that can shoot up, and Sacco knows that he's leaving himself vulnerable to that because he saw it on the drop, and he's not. So this is a calculated move.
Right. I'm playing to the long term. I'm not going to answer the Wraith until I see that it's on the board. It's only round 2.
Right.
What's the worst that could happen? I mean, we have seen how badly the worst that can happen can go.
Wraith do like to scale.
By Sacco. He's got plenty of confidence to be able to turn it around, even if he gives up a couple more 100 hit points here.
Well, and this is not a take 1,000 damage kind of board. This is probably the Wraith survives and possibly levels kind of board with maybe some Hound filler.
The Apucci did level his far side tower, so he is basically committed this round at least to abandoning it and coming after this one. That might have been in case there was a cheeky Stormcaller drop, tower cheese for a round, something like that. But definitely bought him some time.
The Wraith will just barely miss his level.
Wraith comes 129 hit points short. But the Wraith could have an Amp Core, or you could have Advanced Power System. You can slow the push with Electromagnetic Impact, or you can buy some Marksman. Subsidized Marksman, always good, but I don't know that they have enough time to work.
Oh, he's Saber spec, that's why. Okay, I was thinking that's not the unit you want to add, but you definitely don't want to sell it yet because the tempo is valuable.
Right.
But that is absolutely going to get liquidated at some point.
Yeah, more hit points on the board, more hit point damage on the bar. Right, Apucci's not going to start selling until he needs to start transitioning, I would think. Or to start funding major techs. Sacco does take the Electromagnetic Impact, and part of the thinking there is Wraiths are
shot immediately.
Yes, good call. Wraiths are very tech dependent, so he wants to take this, he wants to use it this round, because that will slow the push. It will also come back on round 6. By then the Wraiths will be teched, and there won't really be a good way to protect them unless Apucci takes Photon Boat. Photon Farseer cannot protect an air unit.
It also soft counters the advanced speed, at least for a round, due to the slow, and it's a great tool to have in your arsenal long term. And Sacco has added 1 Marksman, so just counting on if my arcs can clear everything, 1 Marksman can clean up. Last round that would have been enough. This round with 2 Wraiths, it's probably enough still. I really think that the charge shot arcs will just irk this line.
You know, What the charged shot arcs are good at is handling the steel balls and the hounds. What they will be bad at is handling crawlers, especially if you take
There's
loose
6 of
formation
them.
on the crawlers. But there are 6 of them, and there's only 4 crawler packs, and they don't have loose, so this round, it's a hard win for the Arclights.
The tower's going to go down, and the marksman is not going to get to do his job.
And the Air War wins it, along with the dropped unit. So, Apuchi wins round 3, does another 800 points of damage, drops Sacco to 3054.
Stonks module would let you liquidate this saber. There isn't one, but that's definitely something that would have been a nice angle.
Underground threat to punish the completely open back line. Underground threat to defend against the completely open back line. I expect to see both of those back here somewhere. Apuchi's not going to bother defending the middle. He's defending the... letting Sacco run the underground threat at the level 2 tower, and is going to protect the level 1 tower with his underground threat.
Ooh, because he knew he was going to have Typhoon, he can afford to charge shot his arcs because he's going to get some supplemental chaff clear as well. I like the use of that knowledge to not make them redundant with each other.
Right. Yeah, this is actually pretty clever. And then takes the
like
anti-air on the marksman, making them...
Also, those Typhoons are tucked far away from the saber that leveled.
Yes, they are. That was a 7th Arclight for this charged shot arc line.
Imagine sub-arc here. That would have been the value.
Would have been disgusting. Okay.
Oh,
so...
Apuchi hacking the sabers. Wow. Secondary armaments to clear, so I guess this is not going to be a range the sabers game, and he's going to use them as some extra clear, and I think that'll pop arcs reasonably efficiently as long as it can get into range.
The secondary armament is 2 guns doing 2,000 damage per level, right? So they will bring a Arclight down to almost dead. Of course, the main gun would just straight up kill an Arclight if it targets it. But the real value is that between the hounds and the sabers, we get have a lot more survivability. Apuchi has one of the backside defense. Had his positioning correct to play around it. The AA
you get the
marksman
tower.
Comes so close. Oh, that hurts. So close to getting his last wraith there, but Apuchi wins it again. Apuchi on 4,500, Sacco at 2,300.
Rhinos for the outside tower by Apuchi with a mobile beacon. Well, honestly, it could be that for both of them.
Yeah, Sacco
I like
loves
that from
Rhino,
Sacco.
so I think this is the
yes.
definite play that he would take. Apuchi takes the Rhinos, has them kind of back mid right now. Protecting...
Oil is going to hurt.
Okay, so Apuchi is using his Rhinos to protect from Rhino flanks, or this corner. That's why this guy's in this spot. Sacco has sold one of them, and Apuchi has still not even unlocked Cell. He's relying on having as much hit point on the field as he can to do as much hit point damage as he can. Again, I don't expect to see him sell out of anything until he loses a round. This time out, he takes the Mechanical Division to create some more crawlers, so that the charged shot Arclights remain as ineffective as possible, targeting... You know, they might kill a steel ball, but then there will be crawlers created, so they'll all have to shoot the crawlers. And because charged shot reduces their attack interval, that makes them a lot worse at it.
Power was denied.
Apuchi wins the Rhino v Rhino by having a defense enhancement taken. So, but Sacco did not. So Apuchi's Rhino had more hit points.
Those ranged arcs, though, are another monster, particularly with the oil to slow it down. So Sacco has 2 rounds to stabilize and get a real solid defense going to try and stop this.
He has all but cleared this board. There's only a saber and a couple of hounds left. It does drop Sacco to 1993. super
Heavy on the Wraith?
armor. What about for your? Oh, he does not go for the Rhino.
No, that's
I would absolutely have trolled for one round of super heavy armor, but it will be a super heavy armor on the
Ooh.
Saber and a super heavy armor on a defensive Wraith. And Sacco is going to use Degen Beam, not as much for partly for the damage reduction, but also there's not a ton that defends against, that shoots up, right? There's not much anti-air.
yeah.
This
And
will
he
slow
kills the Wraith, and then his own Wraith will win the cleanup crew battle.
And importantly, he's reducing enemy movement speed by 40%. So this whole attack, not only is it going to be slowed by the oil, even through the oil, it's going to be slowed after. It's going to be double slowed first by the degen, and then even after it's through the oil, it'll be even further slowed. So it's basically going to keep the arc lights and marksman from ever getting targeted. Is the plan? We've also EMP'd to turn off techs, which turned off a whole bunch of those mech divs.
Oh, that was gross. And then because of the slow and the double slow, it gets the instant lock by the level 3 anti-air mark, which just eats it alive.
And the Wraiths are killing any generated crawlers. It is a heavy round win for Sacco.
Yep.
And now you're going to see Ibuchi start to sell out of whatever units he thinks are hard countered and play to whatever units he thinks are counter Sacco's board. But that was half his hit points in a single round. He goes from 4,500 to 2,384.
He does get a Stonks module to sell out of things, although everything you would want to sell didn't really have an arrow. I would have said he might be selling out of the steel balls, but teching them last round I think was just a mistake. I think that probably hurt him into this line of arcs. But I think boat is the direction he wants to go, and as I say that, here it is. Photon is going to be huge here.
Right, so Photon completely
both for the
counters the degen, and it prevents EMP on the Wraith. Also is going to minimize the damage from the marksman.
A little spooky with the AA marksman already on board, but it will kill the Wraith, which did not level, which was huge. Sacco's Wraith was 14 experience away from a level with the heavy armor.
So close.
And the oil is gone, and the degen is not going to slow this, so everything's speed is back on the menu, which plays back to the advanced power system speed he picked up earlier. This is going to be a very telling round because Sacco has gotten his stabilized turn, and Ibuchi has played his expensive choice of answer, so now the directions are set. It's a matter of who can pilot their angle to victory. And I am not sure who's going to get there, but I really think these arcs are getting scary.
Yeah,
and EMP on them into the photon, so that's going to be huge bonus value for Ibuchi, making a really expensive tech call from Sacco do nothing.
Right. The EMP, in theory, was to turn off the mech div to prevent the steel balls from countering the arc lights. Ibuchi did sell out of the Rhino on the right side, so we're going to get a really quick tower take for Sacco. It's not enough to save the
steel
super
ball
heavy.
Dies.
It's not enough to save the super heavy armor Wraith, but it is enough to save the tower. The AA marksmen are doing their best. There's barely a boat left. There is nothing left. Ibuchi down to 1,036 hit points. Sacco on 1993.
Ibuchi almost got the tower with a steel ball, and if he had, I think he wins that round rather convincingly. So that was like a sliver of HP left on a damaged tower under tower debuff. The difference between that push going 1,000 direction either way on hit points.
Sacco takes the Fire Badger. And is going to mobile beacon across to the level 1 tower this time, leaving exactly one level 1 steel ball to go after this group. This group will follow the pole. This guy should get the tower all by himself. is the thinking. He may in
That's
practice.
a beautiful beacon.
He may in practice
Hopefully.
lock onto this guy.
I love the idea of the Phantom Ray because it's got enough with shield that it's like Shield Wasp, but it doesn't die to Wraith. So that's really interesting as a way to lock these shots. It's not the most efficient, but it is essentially 3 hits per deploy. So I'm curious to see if this works. I said the addition of these Fire Badgers is really going to help with the shaft clear.
Actually going to be a little bit more than that, because anywhere that it's a level 2 marksman, it doesn't even one-tap the shield or... Wait, no, it does. Never mind. It does one-tap.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I wasn't calculating the anti-air in my head properly.
Ooh, Sabretooth with secondary armament is a decent steel ball counter because it will pop the ball and then the secondary armaments can clear the crawlers that come out too,
Yeah.
potentially. But that napalm is absolutely putting in work here. And I think that that is going to be a death knell.
Lucci has
Yeah.
won the outside. Sacco gets the tower first. Gets the second tower.
Oh, those Phantom Rays are still up, or were.
Oh my gosh, why did you not go to the tower, you foolish red?
Oh my goodness.
Apucci
There are hounds for Apucci.
300
That's
hit
huge because
points.
the fire can be gone with the sprinklers.
Right, he can clean up the fire now. Apucci has
So back and forth.
has techs on the battleships, so he's going to mobilize one. It's going to be...
I like the defensive one. That's huge.
Yeah, it's going to be defending the towers and intercepting wherever this mobile beacon goes, and providing some photon out there. He does sprinkler the hounds.
Wow. Is it... I almost want to see a carry tech on the boats. I think range is really helpful for them here.
Also feel like launcher overload would be amazing for the boats.
Also
Top of
true,
this
but
one.
I fear that
Nothing-
the range is going to be too important against these marks. I think it's a range for the boats if you tech them, but it's close.
I disagree because they're going to be behind the unranged hounds, the unranged phantom rays, and the unranged steel balls.
Interesting.
It'd even be the same distance, just about, as the saber.
Well, we're going with 8-gun and
On the
Raiden.
raid.
Sacco. Interesting call. I guess to pop the steel balls. Of course, this oil will be lit, but there will be sprinklers to unlight it. And the EMP actually targeting somewhere that isn't a boat. But I wonder, does the boat actually EMP everything over here and prevent that from going off? I don't know.
Interesting. The boat should come in at 5, the EMP should come in at 5. I don't know if the boat has time to get its photon off. That
I'm
is-
curious.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see.
Oh, it does turn
not.
the boat off.
In fact, its ability to provide the photon got turned off.
Yes.
That
So
is,
it's going to be all or nothing.
yeah, that is huge. That's really interesting.
And then the tower goes down to the Sacco's boat call in.
Right.
Oh. That's a really, really unique interaction layering.
Yeah, that's an interaction layering that
Oh.
4,000
Oh.
hours in I had not seen before.
Okay, there are enough marksmen left. Oh.
Oh my gosh, just enough to close out for Sacco.
Wow.
Apucci goes down in 9 rounds. Sacco was patient, used hit points as a resource, did not panic. As you called out, I think a big element of this game was taking charged shot on the Arclight because he knew he was going to have the Typhoons to cover, and then switched from having the Typhoons covering to the ranged Napalm Fire Badgers. So that became all of his chaff clear. Sacco also chose to go into selling units to fund what he was going to carry and his carry techs earlier. He sold out of his original steel balls, sold out of the 2 rhinos. Apucci did not start doing that until he started losing rounds. And even though he did sell out of the 2 rhinos, it just did not turn into enough overall strength on the board over the course of time.
I think the only mistake that I would say was like categorically a mistake was putting the heavy armor on the saber instead of the level 2 wraith when he had the chance. I think the heavy armor on the wraith means that there are several mid-game rounds where the marksmen just barely don't get there, then they don't farm levels, and your boats don't die to high-level marksmen.
Right.
And I think that is much more scaling, and selling a saber and instead of teching it and then itemizing it is the biggest mistake because it's just a slow piece of the comp.
Right.
But otherwise, it's a beautiful build.
Yeah.
And there's so little that it really shoots because it does pop arcs, but frankly speaking, a lot of things can pop arcs in this build at this point. So that's not really an impressive roll.
It's also the gold damage dealer for that board.
Yes,
not by
but
much.
That is mostly because that it's the only thing that wasn't dying. You would much rather have had your Wraith be the gold damage dealer, and it was very close to being so.
Yeah, it was close, and it could have been if it had had a bit more health.
Makes right.
Sense. What?
Also, the techs were a little late on the Wraith.
Yep.
That's the other thing I think in hindsight. Now, obviously, the round that the EMP came down was the time he clicked range and it got turned off.
But he didn't take anything. Oh, right. The first round that he had range, it got turned off. Yes, and then he didn't tech the overlords at all. And,
outside of the photon, yeah.
Right, and then the photon hitting here. Right where he had that guy coming in was just unfortunate for Apucci, but could also be credited as a great read from Sacco. There's a reason the man is very, very good at this game.
And round 8, that tower surviving by a sliver of health is the difference between Apucci having 1,000 more and Sacco having 1,000 less, because that timing would have changed everything. Yeah. So
we'd have been into another round with 900
masterfully close.
Yeah, that is.
Oh my goodness!
These two always provide a good game. As you can see, they were the longest match in all of round 4. We'll go around our top 7. Lord Clancarriot upsets Skay. Congratulations, Lord Clancarriot. Nicely done. Math is Might.
Very solid.
Epples. Stunter, who I don't know this name. Stunter beats Banshee's Fail.
I don't know either of those names.
Sacco over Apucci. Lau beat Shadoff. Doxson beats Arctorius, actually handily, which is a big accomplishment. That is not easy to do against Arctorius. Arctorius, in my opinion, is one of the... How to describe this? I don't find him to be exceptionally creative. He's going to beat me with something I don't see coming. He's so frustrating to play against because he will beat me with something that I do see coming. He's so solid foundationally.
Beat you anyway.
Yes, it's like he just plays the game very well.
Plays really good solid. Comps very well.
Exactly, and beating him by that margin is huge for Doxson. Tasty Bait did beat Sparty. Sparty's been doing a lot of work on the backside of organizing the Steel Skins versus Mobile Force competition that will be coming up next weekend. Hope you will join us all. We have been invited to represent one, so we kind of have to decide here whether we're gonna
I'm Team Steel, personally. Like, I think the Steel Skins are just too strong. They are awesome.
Well, here I can kind of see it. But, I do like to put things to the audience here. So.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We're going to be putting up a 10-minute poll. You guys can...
You're going to force me to spend my rocks?
You guys can spend 100 rocks per vote to put them in. Sacco is on a team, but so is Grubby. So are a whole bunch of names that you will know from the StarCraft days that have been brought in by our new publishing house. We have a lot of good relationships and did a lot of work to set this up. I am really excited for it, guys. And we will be on for as much of that weekend as we can. Looks like our round 5 matchups, our This is our quarterfinal. That was the round of 14, I guess. This is our quarterfinals. We've got Lau against Keppels, Doxin against Stunter, Tasty Bait against Math is Might, Lord Clankariat against Sacco, and I think I would like to see... Do you want to see Lau, or do you want to see... Do we want to learn about Stunter, or do we want to take Tasty Bait and Math is Might?
Let's do Zhao versus Keppels. I'd be curious to see that matchup.
Okay.
Well, let's pick somebody with two teams that haven't. I guess you know what.
Doxin and
No reason to second guess.
yeah, Doxin and Stunter is fine if that's what you're thinking in terms of. Let's take a
Let's
Doxin
go ahead and
match.
do that.
Yeah.
Pick people who are unbeaten or yeah.
Two who are unbeaten and have earned it being here. And
Right. Doxin is great, but maybe not one of the always wins top grade. So an unknown name could have some interesting gameplay. So that would be something fun to see.
Right.
Is it a 1v1 tournament, by the way, with the Steel versus Mobile Force?
It is a crazy tournament. We will describe
Fair
more
enough.
when we know it. It is not a 1v1.
I see.
Welcome to our quarterfinals of the European Championship. Doxin, near side blue. Stunter, representing the 101 far side red. Stunter is a name we don't know, so this could be a Smurf of one of the other top 101 players. It could be a newly emerging player who's just been developing organically. It could be a lower MMR player having the run of his life to make it to the quarters. We don't really know. Stunter has taken Quick Supply with Stormcaller and Arclight. Quick Supply is very, very strong right now. It's a great comp.
Yes.
A great starting specialist. Doxin, a
I love
Typhoon
to see
specialist
sledges.
with Storms and Arclights, or Storms and Crawlers, adds a pair of Arclights, and Stunter adds a pair of Crawlers, and looks like he's probably going to float his 200 for round 2.
I don't hate floating 200, but I will say into a Storm Mirror, using your 400 on round 1 to add 2 Sledgehammer packs would be very strong. It's something that I think would be really good at clearing up these incidental crawlers. It would absolutely win the Arclight Mirror and could really let you kind of bully the opponent's Stormcallers themselves. Doxin, of course, has Typhoon, which is a great supplemental chaff clear, but in Standard v Standard lacks the range to really have staying presence, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that get sold off relatively quickly. Unless there's a flank guard needed. Right now we have as close to a mirror as you can get with Storms, Arcs, and Crawlers for both sides. The center Arclight surviving as the third, and the Storms for both sides getting pretty decent splash. And what do you know, it's one Storm versus one Storm at the end. And he who takes tower last has the last laugh. Indeed.
As you said, just spending some of that 200 could have gotten Stunter some value on round 1. And that is part of the value of Quick Supply, right? Is, in theory,
Yes.
you're supposed to be able to take a more aggressive stance or position on round 1, or just get a unit advantage on round 1, and be able to leverage that into a longer-term comp advantage. That
Alternatively, you could take 3 more Arclights this round and range them, and that would be a very interesting play, having 6 ranged Arclights on round 2.
Well, there are 2 of them.
Oh, I hate not taking range here. I think that's a huge miss.
Yeah, we mass recruited for 1 more Crawler, and didn't range
Damage.
And damage, yeah.
Instead of damage, range would be a huge add.
So we run 5 arcs against 4, 4 crawlers against 3, 2 storms against 2.
Again, just very fair across the board for both. The 200 is still in Stunter's bank.
Yep.
Probably waiting for a unit drop round, but 2 different good lines to spend it. So very curious to see when he will leverage that. Eventually, the longer he sits on it, the less it was mattering
valuable
that
it
it's
is.
quick.
Yeah.
Because Doxson is getting $300 on round 4. If you
Right.
don't use your money before then you just completely surrendered the value of your value. Units. There is a Scorpion. Both players take Phantom Rays. I guess neither side has upshoot. Both sides will use that as their upshoot. Doxson takes
the
range.
you wanted.
Doxson knows how it's up. Uh-huh.
There's the range for Stunter.
Late. Could have had it around earlier. Better health, better levels, better experience. Coulda, woulda. That said, Doxson's Braves do have a damage item, which means in the Ray v Ray head-to-head up here, that's a pretty decent potential advantage.
And Doxson will have
Marksman
6.
gets added.
Yeah, Doxson will have 6 arcs to 5. And Stunter adds the Marksman. He's still floating 150. And yeah, he has floated at least 150 every round. And we've got the Typhoon coming, and his tempo advantage from being quick supply is gone.
Right. And the money is still money. He still has the 200, so it's not like he loses it. But the leverage he could have had with it is substantially less than it could have been.
A lot of the game is about creating snowball and tempo, and he has just not done that.
So his Phantom Rays got a good engage based on the chaff underneath them, so not a very compelling round, but another tickle win for Stunter to get, just a little bit of HP damage, but honestly, this is like as close to no tempo as you can get. Ooh. ER Arcs is almost a non-negotiable pickup here. Doxson snap picking it. Maybe there's a world where you don't trust yourself and you take Lightning Storm, but I feel like that is, that would be trolling. Interesting. Doxson playing Birds into a shown Marksman. Oh, just confidence in that play as a line. I tend to shy away from Birds in Standard v Standard. I find that marks on the ground and their extra range is really nice. But having Shield is something that I have recently been willing to reevaluate that. So I'm really excited to see a pseudo mirror where the main difference thus far is is Mark versus Phoenix. Instantly ranging the Phoenix as well is nice. Typhoon is going to be across from a level 2 arc that is more than enough health to try and lock that down, and ER arcs are going to be more fragile, so easier to pop, as it were. Curious that not one of the Phoenix was on the side with the Phantom Rays. With the level on those Rays, I think that's going to be an even more spooky kind of bully situation. Into the Phantom Ray head-to-head. Chaff does a pretty quick die. Birds do really well on the outside against a single mark. The Rays do bully the left side hard. The Typhoons die as expected.
A good late tower take for Doxson, and he will clean up the air.
Snipes the Marksman with the storms. Beautiful.
Yikes. And round
a little
4,
bit of a rob there.
Yeah, cool. A little bit, yes. Doxson gets round 4. Stunter down to 3,300 hit points. Round 5, we could have a unit drop again, and there's 4 level 2 Fangs, but Doxson just goes immediately to 3 Steel Balls.
I'm shocked. I think that late Fangs would be super strong here, and honestly, Doxson has so much to sell. He wants to sell his Typhoon, I think he wants to get out of Raze. I guess he's going to play the balls and use them as extra late chaff with a bit of tankiness built in. I don't hate it, but it'll be interesting to see whether that was worth more than 4 actual packs of chaff.
Right. I mean, it's basically 6 packs of chaff if you think of it as the Steel Balls requiring targets and then the Mech Div requiring targets. But it won't be that strong in the late game when EMP is prevalent on the board.
Yep. Raiden's from Standard as the main line, unlocked without the giant spec, so just believes in the unit. Very strange into birds already showing with range. It can be good. Obviously, it's going to be playing really well into the Steel Ball play, but unless you just blind predict that, I think this was, I want to play Raidens, not I want to counter balls.
Right, but
now those Phantom Raids are absolutely going to be sell fodder.
Right. And
I'm really shocked that these Typhoons didn't get sold already.
Yeah, the Typhoons didn't seem like they did very much last round.
I'd much rather that be another bird.
Poll results are in by a margin of 101 votes to 100. Mobile Force beats Steel. For which faction Amarok will...
I was casting and got distracted to vote. No.
Oh dear.
That is so tragic.
I'm sorry, sir. I do love the Steel. But I think the Mobile Force has been growing on me. And you guys know I love forts, so I am not unhappy to be representing with my Mobile Force forts. I will have to take the Steel skins off. Now, they haven't said everything about it, but you can find the link here, that maestro.tv link, if any of you wanted to look back in, talks about it. I
am curious. I don't really know much.
All right.
So we'll look at that.
Sure. But kind of what I'm going for there, the April 5th, 6th Steel versus Mobile Force special event says, pick your side, join an epic global race. Are you an aggressive Mobile Force player who thrives on explosive action, or a strategic Steel perfectionist who excels at countering opponents? Either way, your team will be counting on you in this epic 2-day special event. Now, I don't think they have said a ton about exactly how it's going to score, but we had a meeting about it this morning, so I did learn a bit about it. And it's going to be interesting. There will be showcase dollar prize matches happening on one of the Mag 1 channels. There will be surprise collect the following as a as an event, and clip it from your stream and collect something else. Collect potentially cash prizes for scoring. And basically every match that you enter will wind up counting towards it one way or the other. And your team will be decided by which set of skins you are wearing. If you're wearing both, it's actually going to be decided by which set of skins you throw down on a battlefield for the first time. Not which one you throw down the most, so remember to set your skins the way you want it credited.
Well, that means that sledges and Mustangs have the possibility of being more leveraged towards Steel, because those are opening units, if you want to lock that in.
Well, I mean, it just means the very first match you play the entire weekend.
Ah, gotcha. Not right. Each round, okay.
As a player, you get affiliated with a team. That team will be based on the first...
Raiden's putting in work.
Yeah, the Raiden's cleaned up. Stunter on 3,300, Doxson down to 1,376. Improved Melter for Doxson. Would you like to just win the game from a zillion miles out? Sure. I'd like that.
That's really hard, though, already double-teching the birds and feeling like they're underperforming and needing another single target. You kind of have to, but you really don't want to.
Yeah, he did sell out of the Typhoon, so relying on the...
Still has Phantom Wraith on the board. That's so sad into these Raidens.
Right.
I was with Doxson 100% until he took the steel balls and delayed selling out of units that were underperforming. And I think that the Raidens were just very efficient, and a Raiden Arclight comp with sufficient chaff and the extra fangs are just putting in work. Those fangs are doing so much more than the steel balls.
I
And I think
very
that
much agree
was
with
the
that.
turn where the pivot just absolutely established itself.
And Raidens are terrible at clearing chaff, so having
Yeah.
the extra
Low
fangs on the board with and being able to shield them would absolutely shut down a Raiden build like this. But without that, now we're into the steel balls with Mechdiv. The steel balls basically became 4 units of chaff instead of super tanky chaff, because the Raidens are popping them in a single shot. They're never going to level. Raidens are doing...
They're getting popped so deep that the Arclights get to clear the crawlers while they're still clumped together and not really getting their extra value.
Right.
Imp Melter is Imp Melter.
It is very good. So improved melter, at the extra range, means these melters are melting Raidens from 190 meters away. Basically, the idea is improved melter should outrange anything on the battlefield. And here, as you can see, they have done exactly that. Of course, Stormcallers can outrange them. Elite Marksman can outrange them, especially if you get like extended range Marksman or whatever that card is. Stunter gets
really interesting interaction here. The missiles from Stunter actually killed forward chaff, and as a result, meant that he walked more forward than he would have if he had let the chaff come to him. And I think he paid 150 to delay his opponent's advance, and it actually hurt him to do that.
Right. Stunter is going to try to orbital jab out the Nano Repair Melter, but Doxson levels it. It's up to 83,000 hit points, so it will have healed all the way back to full by the time it gets targeted. What this might actually be valuable from the perspective of killing the Arclight that's supposed to clear the chaff around it, but I think these two have got that covered.
One Arclight for a jab is a terrible trade.
Right. It's bad.
I think that Stunter has a build here that is dangerous, but I think that there was some decision-making that could have been better. Now, if this EMP connects to the melters, then this game is over. So it really depends, but I think these melters, they survive with any Arclights or birds or balls left is enough to really lock this down as well. So it all hinges on the EMP.
Right. We have finally sold out of the last Phantom Ray. Instead, we've got the Wasp Swarm. The Wasp Swarm is going to be arriving as late chaff in front of the right side melter. And that is chaff that basically is designed to protect the melter and Phoenix from late round Marksman and late round Raiden. The Raidens have EMP, but I don't think without Chain, right, they are going to EMP the steel balls so they don't create their
extra chaff made a big difference, though, with the fangs in front for Stunter. These Raidens are getting in.
2 of them are shut down. All 4 of them have been shut down, but the Nano Repair over here has healed right back through it, did walk into point blank range, and now it's doing it through tower debuff. Can it stay alive enough to keep Doxson in this game through tower debuff? No, it cannot. Raidens with EMP get the job done for Stunter, who is through to our quarterfinals. 2044 MMR for Stunter. Doxson, of course, a former weekend tournament champion. Going down to a build, I mean, if we looked at this build looks and feels simple from Stunter's board, right? But it's really good chaff board in terms of having multiple arrival timing waves, right? And even little things like the front of the first wave of crawlers to draw a bunch of things, The back of the first wave of crawlers is behind the back of the first wave. The many fangs arriving at different times and in different patterns, and then plenty of chaff clear with the arc lights, a bit of splash damage with the storms, and late game Raiden. So very, very strong from Stunter. Does even beat an improved melting point, and both of them were in extended range arc light. So,
it is worth noting, Doxson's board was terribly inefficient. The steel balls were essentially dead deploys that cost 3 bodies and the tech. The
right.
Phoenix were double teched and were largely inert and was redundant with single target damage. So this was just an example of really hard mid-game commitment, not doing anything close to pulling the weight that he wanted. Part of that was the Raiden shutting it down, but a lot of it, I think, was just the wrong chaff pick in the mid-game really, really hurt Dox. And I think the improved Melters win this matchup the vast majority of times with a roughly equivalent board, but the absolutely, almost 2,000 supply in birds and balls is crippling Doxson's board and the ability to fight back.
I'm going to say it is 13 chaff on Stunter's side, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on Doxson's. If he was counting on this being 13, EMP shut that off, right? And a lot of players are running EMP, for example, on the Arclight, could have shut that off much earlier if Stunter had really wanted to. He didn't necessarily need to have it on the Raiden, but wanted it to. And yeah, interesting that Doxson didn't take temp range on the very last round.
No temp range is critical mistake.
Great call out. Great call out.
I mean, there's no way to even look for that. Doxson knows that. That had to be just like a mismath on the money. There's no way that was intentional.
Yeah, that is surprising, especially because we're so mirrored in so many ways.
Right. This is literally a mirror match outside of the carries, which are all about who tags who first.
Right. Well, congratulations
to
those of you that took Stunter at 10-1 odds. You have paid out. Congratulations. Rest of our top 4, Sacco beat Lord Clencariat, Mathis might beat Tasty Bait, and Lau had a nice easy match against Keppels. So I'm glad we made the decision to switch out.
Yeah.
We will have
that mirror match was fun to watch, even if it was unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, yes. Our favorite doggo went down. We've gotten to see. Well, we saw Underdog win, but other than wait, have we been cursing the dogs? We saw Underdog win and then he abandoned. We watched Apucci lose. We watched Doxson lose. Huh. Suspicious.
Well, we've seen Sacco win twice.
True.
So, maybe the key is be Sacco.
Well, Sacco will be up against Stunter. Lau will be up against Mathis Might. I think we'll take the Lau and Mathis Might match because we've shown a lot of Sacco. We've shown a lot of Stunter.
100.
What was that?
In the last matchup against Clencariat, Lord Clencariat, Sacco was down to 800. So
yes,
it was by no means a given.
It is by no means a given, but just to be showing some of the other names.
Right.
Here we go. We got 3 minutes till that one starts. Well, 4.5 till we get to start casting it. Ted says he disagrees with you. He doesn't think anything beats this Raiden board late game.
See that?
I
think that with Mustangs to clear the fangs. If there were Mustangs to clear the fangs and temp range, then the Melters categorically win that matchup. Especially improved Melter. Normal Melter, more debatable, but improved Melter should win that in the vast majority of times, as long as you have comparable chaff clear. And Mustangs was the chaff clear, or some kind of storms, fire on the ground. One or the other was the missing ingredient, but extra birds and extra balls were not that missing ingredient. Debatably more arcs, but more arcs is very vulnerable to Raiden, given that it is a single body and it's very poppable. So once you see the Raiden, I think that Mustangs can shoot up, have 12 bodies instead of 1, and clear fangs much faster and have better range. Ah, I see. That's true to a point, but the Mustangs do still, I guess with the extended range arcs, they don't necessarily outrange, but I think that because the fangs are so far in front of the arcs, by the time the arcs shoot the Mustangs, the opponent's fangs are gone, and then improved Melter just wins. At least if your deploys and techs are more efficient on Doxin's board. Without improved Melter, I'm not sure. And that's fair, but with improved Melter with temp range, if they get tagged, then they're the last man standing regardless. And as a result, I think that they really do pop the other air giants. So, obviously we don't have the ability to run it back, but it is an interesting decision tree. But there's no debating that Doxin was at an unfortunately inefficient late game scenario. I think Aura Farseer is a mistake. It's relatively easy to turn that tech off. Then you need to try and also have enough of them, and then you also need to try and have Photon to prevent them from being turned off, but you're in a range war, so the Photon can wear off anyway. I don't think Farseer is part of that comp. Unless you get it on a drop with free deploys like the sludge, the steel balls were. Right, you really needed things to be cleared by something, be it fire on the ground or Mustangs, and Mustangs obviously comes with extra bodies as well for the Raiden.
Anyway, what game did we just pick again? Remind me.
Lao versus Math is Might. Channel point predictions are up for you guys. We'll run an ad real quick right now so that we get you guys back in time for the match.
Very nice. It was an interesting game to watch, and I'm glad to have seen Raiden played with purpose deliberately from that board state.
Right.
And it's easy to see how at least even Phoenix in that position were not countered by Marksman at all, which was the mirror that we thought was going to happen. And it's also worth noting that Raiden player did add 2 early Marksmen just to have upshoot, even though he didn't plan. It's kind of like adding your round 2 arc, even if you're wanting to go into Fire Badger.
Like, Sunbro Joe.
They did
Sunbro Joe, this is the semifinal. There are 2 rounds left.
Yes. Very interesting. And we know that for sure because there's 4 unbeaten matches going on right now.
Yep.
If there was 3 in an upset, then it's possible that this could be the last round.
Yeah, if there were 3 unbeatens left, we would not be able to answer that question. But since there are 4 unbeaten, we know exactly.
Yes.
Of course, channel point predictions are up. Get your bets in. Welcome to the semifinals of the European Season 2 Championship for Mechabellum. Math is Might, near side in blue, playing a Rhino Specialist with Fang and Stormcaller. Lao Memj, playing Farside
Gotta
red.
Be Marksman. I think the Marksman spec is too good here. Saber.
Takes the Saber with Sledge and Arc.
I guess that's got to be a testament to the Saber, to the Sledgehammer as the unit you like more than it is the Saber. So very impressive that the starting unit was valued that highly. I guess it's much better overall in case you get pushed by Math is Might, and Math is Might is somebody who can and does push, and you don't want Storms to defend a push. But I would bet you money Zhalmanj wants to have that Marksman pack back, knowing it's going to be a standard mirror.
Math starts with the arc lights right in front of tower, just to make sure that no chaff gets in, and whatever direction you're coming from, I've got the engagement. has storms outside towers, so that one running crawler can't distract both packs of storms. And the Free Fangs are late, looking at a Arclight and Sledgehammer start. Didn't want his chaff to be out in front. Wanted his chaff to survive later into the round. It does mean his Arclights are down, but he's got scattered Fangs in different places. Of course, Stormcrawlers are terrible at clearing sledges, and the reason for that is a relatively recent balance change to the Stormcaller. Changed the rate of fire from 6 seconds to 6.6 seconds and gave them a commensurate boost in damage. That didn't change the breakpoint. In terms of the number of shots required to defeat a Sledgehammer, so it just means that they are slower overall at clearing sledges. Sunbro Joe, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Followed yesterday, subs today. Let's go. Thank you so much, man. Really, really appreciate it. You and folk who subscribe and gift subs keep us on the air. Both players took mass-produced bird
Wow.
on round 2. We saw how powerful that was in Sacco's hands. Here we get it, a view of it from standard. Sacco, of course, was using it in aggro.
Well, this front bird is very aggressive and is likely to get popped by Zalange's Phoenix.
So Lau has range and elite marksman available for his Phoenix if he levels them. So he wants to play them in a sniper long range role. Does run shield and quantum reassembly. If you don't run shield or quantum reassembly, your Phoenix are very, very vulnerable to spells. And of course, the opposite on Math is Might, he's running range enhancement, and then has his choice of launcher overload or charged shot, or even both if he wants to give up the range, and just has a single energy shield. So Lau not playing them short range, playing them at long range but with reassembly. Math is giving up the range advantage and the reassembly to be able to do more damage.
Right. Now, Mathis Might did pull his birds back, which meant that there wasn't insta-locks, but the chaff clears being superior for Lau allowed their birds to clean that round up.
Mathis Might likes Vulcan, takes Vulcan.
This is Vulcan here.
Ted says he has a 72% win rate with Vulcan, according to the Mag 1 stats. Just knows it cold. So, that would make him a little bit of the favorite. Now, Lau, on the opposite side, skips the Vulcan, took the leveled Tarantula and sold it.
No way.
Going to rely
I can actually
on Arclight with range as his clear.
I can see the Arclight being the choice when you have to unlock Vulcan, but getting one for $100 is so much tempo into the biggest weakness of playing Vulcan Best Partner or Vulcan Phoenix is the tempo, and to already have Mass Bird and the Vulcan comes out for free is really strong. And I like to center Vulcan first to light this oil and really get a commanding pivot on the tempo game by Mathis Might. Really nicely played.
He's pulled all the chaff into the area, lights it all on fire, kills most of it. Half a pack escaped on the left. The Saber coming in on the left survives pretty deep for Lau. And, the fact that he has a level 2 bird helping build towards the elite marksman on the bar. And they get a kill over there. They kill the giant, that'll help. And Math is down under 3,000 hit points, Lau on 4,700.
Math gets the Rhino. Ooh, and there's Efficient Giant for Math as well.
Or Efficient Light, which would you like? Would you like 50 cost Phoenixes, Lau?
Yeah, you can elite recruit them for $150 if you wanted to.
Vulcan number 2. We've sold no, we haven't sold the Rhino. It's going to be Efficient Giant versus Efficient Light. And yeah, here come the
Gotta
50
range
cost
these
Phoenix.
There's the
And
range
they're
on the bird.
ranged. Can't afford to level it after buying 3 more. But-
Now we just need mass recruit.
Ooh, God.
And with quantum and shield,
These
like,
things are never
this is
going to
gonna be
die.
death. Like, it's gonna be like Mustangs in the air, but doing 2,000 to pop. It's gonna be one of those like block the sun out with arrows style of like shots from the sky.
We sold the Saber to level up the one set of Phoenix, and that set of Phoenix is over the second Giant and over the level 2 Rhino. So, Lau in a commanding lead in the air war. Math needs to get
Yes.
get something out that will answer the Phoenix.
Vulcans are ahead of the late fangs, and that is really hurting.
Instant locks on
Those
the
early
one,
locks.
locks on the Phoenix over here, locks on the Vulcan, and yeah, he's still got his arcs to clean up the late fangs. Lau in a commanding position, and now we talked about this in the Sacco game. Those Phoenix are doing full damage to the bar. 5 packs is 1,000 hit points. Math's Might drops from 3,000 to 1,660. One more round of that bad will end this.
I love the jab for Lau. You are in a tempo scenario, and being able to tempo is really strong here. The range on the Vulcans was sorely needed, but this jab is not what you want to see if you're Mathis Might.
And of course, he can't really guess which one of the 3. I mean, the one has
No.
more experience. That's the one I would go for, but you know.
It's also centralized, and the sledges have been pulled to it, so
Right. I'm thinking the
it makes
sledges
the most
are a
sense.
sell. Maybe not. But,
I think you want all the health you can get on the bar, because what you're buying are so cheap.
mhm.
You don't want to give away any hit points that you might get as damage.
Quantum first.
Range on the
instead of
arcs.
Elite.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's huge. I mean, you have very few levels. They're mass produced. You want them
Right.
to come back when they get popped.
They weren't getting popped.
I guess that's true, but I mean, if they don't get popped, you win. So you have to like hedge around the thing that could beat you, I guess, or even play around it more so than hedge. Not the most compelling missile, but
I mean,
Loose Formation Crawler's putting in work.
I was just looking at it as if they win this round, that's 1,600, and they just need 1 Arclight to survive. So from my
Right.
perspective, I was thinking, do more damage to the Giants and the Rhino. That keeps the arcs alive a little longer.
It did slow the rifle. That's true. This might be enough.
It is going to be enough. He didn't need the Quantum at all.
Wow.
GG's. Lau through in 5 rounds. Twice we've seen mass-produced Phoenix leaned into, taken on round 2, leaned into hard, and the efficient light unit manufacturing barely had time to pay off. I think he bought 5 units because he had 2 Phoenix up when he bought it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He also bought some
6.
chaff.
Nah, I don't think he did.
There was one that was.
Mm-mm. No, there's only 4 chaff out there. So he bought exactly 6. He
Oh.
paid off the efficient light manufacturing, but did not
Profit.
lose a round once he leaned hard into the mass-produced Phoenix. So
And
Lau
obviously-
is through to the finals. Let's step over to Sacco and see how he is doing. That was quick. That was efficient. That was fun to watch. Sacco's still on full health, facing Stunter.
And those birds were just menacing. And even if you don't close it round 5, at that point you have pure profit upside and are just absolutely off to the races.
From chat's perspectives, they're saying, wow, I didn't know storms suck so hard now. Yeah, they're basically worthless. No, storms are worthless when the board is crawlers and Phoenix, right?
Yes. Yes.
Storm, Titan had commented about my games that I had decided storms were worthless and wasn't taking them enough. And what that equates to is I wind up losing a lot of early rounds and getting tempoed out in 5 without mass-produced Phoenix. And in comps that if I have time to stabilize and scale, I tend to win 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. and then possibly lose the very late game if somebody's in a different mass scale thing. But the comment he made was just buy a little bit more early storm. Round 2, buy 2 storms. And
right.
Making that change has actually helped the MMR. So
knowing when they're good and being able to leverage them to clear the board from a clump of arc lights, opposing storms, or an early giant, or something slow and big like sabers or spiders really does help to not take too much damage early.
Right.
Which then allows better decision making to shine the later the game goes, rather than not having problems answered.
On this board, Sacco is a Farseer specialist with a whole bunch of marksmen. Stunter is running the Raidens again, cost control specialist, has them ranged. One of them has they both have items already, one with a portable shield, one with a laser sight. And Sacco has the right answers on the board, right? He's got marksman, which can potentially have anti-air, also can have EMP if they connect, and he's got fangs on the ground. So we're going to see how to stop the this Raiden build that has looked pretty unstoppable against Doxin, but I think Sacco is going to show exactly how to beat it with this set of late arriving fangs, a set of marksmen. Yes, the Raidens are going to torch the sledges. It takes from the drop. I think both of them took the level 2 wasps. Fine. Bit of chaff, bit of air.
Sacco tech anti-air. I almost think he does, but I don't think you do into the Raiden. I think that's just asking for them to get killed. Yeah, with the marksman, and one of the big things about marksmen is that they do have more range than the birds do, which makes them a better potential option at killing Raidens than birds. Also, the number of bodies of birds matters a lot less, which is one of the main advantages over marksman. So against Raiden, marksman really is preferable in numerous ways, I think, particularly in standard v standard, where you can leverage that range to maximum effect.
I'm going to say here, Stunter has diverted off the plan. The switches to Scorpion to try to answer the sledges, instead of just buying the 2 Raidens that would answer these packs of sledges.
Which is really strange, because you tech them as well.
Right? Because this is
actually more expensive.
Spent. Yeah, it's $950 spent. You could have bought 2 Raidens here for $800, or potentially elite it at $1,200. It's round 6, right? So you sell something that you don't need or want. Storms.
And the range shielded fangs are going to shut these Raidens down hard.
Shield
I almost wish Sacco had some AMs.
Yeah, Shield Fang is the answer to Raiden. Raiden is absolutely terrible at clearing Shield Fang. And yeah, this comp, if he's going to run this comp steadily, he needs to have Mustangs as part of his early build, so that the Mustangs can clear the Fangs for the Raidens.
And these wasps are going to get shredded by late fangs.
Yep, the fangs have handled the wasps. The marksmen get their locks. Those scorpions didn't even kill all of the sledges that they were bought to counter.
That's a lot of fangs left. Whew.
And it's enough to close out with the 300 hit points from the Farseer. So Stunter has gotten up to about 2,000, maybe 2,100 MMR with this build. Didn't have the confidence to hard commit to it, and I'd actually love to see what a hard commit to it would have looked like on round 6, where we take 2 more Raidens or elite recruit 2 Raidens and sell this Storm perhaps. Or this one was never really accomplishing much. But yeah, even then, I think the Fangs win out for Sacco. They're just so good at stopping a Raiden. They're kind of the hard counter. It sounds silly because you're like, well, how do I kill the Raidens? You don't have to kill the Raidens. You have to stop the Raidens from killing you, and the answer to that is Shield Fang. Yes, we absolutely can. This is one of the things as a streamer, as a caster, the game got a lot harder for the casters now that you can download
you got to back
up
your armchair predictions.
You can back up a replay, download a replay, and take over and force yourself to play it out. Blautalk, welcome in. You are just in time for the finals. We have seen both of our semifinals concluded. Booyah, I honestly, at this point, what I was saying for Stunter, like, let's at least commit to the Raidens, I think still loses to the Fangs. Right? I did make that
Yes.
comment before the Fangs got shielded, and I'm going to stand by what I said to start with, which is Sacco is going to show us how to hard counter this build. And that was why I was confident in chat between rounds that we would be able to hard counter it, that I would personally be able to hard counter it. I knew what this is. Okay, so we're going to take over for Stunter, and at a very least, what are we taking here?
I think Wasp is probably correct,
Yeah,
but
commit to the Wasps, sure.
things hurt.
The Fangs really did hurt. We're going to sell this. It did 0 damage last round, and it only does 3,000 this round. It's not the right unit to have on the board. I think it's Lone, Range, and Elite, these two. It's kind of the...
Elite Raidens, interesting.
And that is because we know these guys have so much damage, so much hit point total on the bar. We really need to connect with them early and do a lot of damage. These guys with the Photon, they've got 8,000 hit points, but essentially times 1.3. You take the 30% less damage. So we're not even going to one-shot them with this Raiden. We'll be close. If anything else touches them, that should bring it down. We've got to get through those
I will say,
a lot earlier.
My line doesn't sell the storms. I think long-term you need those for fire on the ground. And I think that they help against the Fangs if you don't get absolutely rolled.
There's a fire on the ground angle for sure.
The Raidens are definitely better than the Scorpions in this situation regardless.
Yep. Is my last biggest MMR swing around 400? What do you mean? Like, is it plus or minus 400?
An upset?
Or, yeah, upset. What are you asking? You're asking because of a discussion in a game chat. I have seen and I've cast upsets around 500 MMR difference. I think my biggest upset was around a 400 MMR difference while I was below where I should have been, I think. I'd been playing poorly, so I dropped, and then I was matched in a tournament against somebody about 400. When you take over like that, no, you do not. You do not build for Sacco. You get to test your half against exactly against exactly what was played by the opponent in that specific round.
That was much less health weight lost, by the way.
Yeah,
Sacco did better. Close to like 15 or 1600, and that one was less than 1,000.
Right. And it leaves Lau in a better position long term, I think. You wanted to try with fire on the ground for the...
No, I think that's a long-term play. I don't think he has the money for it yet, but I think selling the
storm is a long-term mistake, and so I committed hard because I went with the level 2.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that was a lot of money that might have been a little bit better this short term, but I think that it's a long-term loss.
Oh, at what MMR do you notice changes in player play? I noticed. So for me, I had hard caps at about 770. So I was on my proper MMR was around 700, but I couldn't break beyond 770 on a regular basis until I made some adjustments in my thinking. There was another one to get consistently past 950 or so. So maybe call my true MMR 900, and I would get really close to 1,000, but I wouldn't stay there, or I got above it once and then fell back below it for a while. There was another one at 1,100, another at 1,300, and then I would say 1,700 was the next one, and then there is a noticeable gap between this rate that I'm at between the 1700s and the consistent 1900 player. So I'm going to say that the gaps are like 250 or so, 200 or 250 MMR.
I roughly agree with that. I think there is a very specific 12 to 1300 pivot where You can't just pick something you like and force it and get good and only play that and not get past the 12 to 1300 unless you have like expert levels of understanding with the build. If you have expert levels of understanding with a build, that could probably push you up to the 15-16 margin. But to get there for the vast majority of players, you really have to start to understand how to counter an opponent's board, how not to force, and kind of how to use the cards. I think that the biggest skill ceiling in this game is positional play. At a certain point, late game decision making is really important. Early game decision making is also important. But positioning is really key.
Yeah.
And that is where you start to break the 1800 plus threshold. And then 2K2 is you're good at everything. And the question is somebody just seen this before? Or does somebody have better instincts? Or is somebody more confident and willing to make a commit?
Right, and you can also run the 2200 at. I have hard committed to learning, for example, as Woot. I've hard committed to learning all the ins and outs of this Typhoon boat build. I know exactly what people are going to do to try to counter it. I've seen them try to counter it with that line before, and I know what answers from my board lose to that line and what answers from my board win against that line. So I think there's a value to, like you said, you get stuck at 1100, let's say, because I think that is about right. I think that was about where I stopped being able to force the sledge cage build, the sledge salient build that I ran.
Right.
I think that was, needed to get past that. But I think that is what you can get to at the expert level, right? And if you are high enough up, if this game had a singular perfect solution, all the top players would look exactly the same, and they don't.
Yep.
They are
no, they don't.
So distinct that
and they're more distinct now than they've ever been.
You can recognize a board. You can look at a mid-game board and know who opponent was. Mm-hmm. Right? Like you could literally download a board, and recognize the difference between a Skay board, an Apuchi board, a Sacco board, a Flower Fairy
Skay
board,
might be hard.
A Blue Hair board.
Skay is everything.
Okay, Skay can do everything, but there are some boards that you would just say, no, that's a Skay board.
That's fair.
And, even to the point of recognizing, we talked about this for a bit. Good night. It's good night. You're going to miss the finals, but you can always come back and catch it on VOD. Don't forget, as a subscriber, as a follower, I think I've got them enabled just for followers. You don't even have to be a subscriber to go catch the VODs. So if you want to catch that, just look for it on VOD and catch yourself the final. But what I was going to say, for those of you who are brand new to the game and haven't seen this, the unit modification page does let you set up different builds. So you could say, like, I'm going to try I've got a tricks build, right? Whatever this is my current build of dirty tricks. So I could switch over and say, I'm going to run a tournament where I run only my tricks build. Great, let's do it, whatever that looked like. And in any given unit, you can, let's take a look at, where is it? We'll take a look at Wasp because they have a lot of options. For any given unit, you've got a whole bunch of different options for text that you can put on them. And, this one we're in a ranged ground spec, aerial spec, energy shield. Great, but somebody else might want to be doing a jump drive kind of splash, and if I get stuck on, maybe I have jump drive, ground, splash, and range. Or jump drive, energy shield. I'm not even trying to not get close. I'm going to turn things off and ignite them. Right? Whatever it is that you want to do. So like those three builds would play totally different for Wasps. Right? So whatever role you want them in your composition, that you can customize them, and they're unlockable. The more tech points you get, the more you can unlock those unit modifications.
Well, and that circles back to an important conversation where there are very, very, very few, if any, quote unquote bad techs.
Right.
There are scenarios where you play to have a build that is keyed around certain tech combinations to be useful.
Right.
And you can't have your one unit do everything, but you can have it do one thing that you know you want it to do when you find yourself in certain situations.
Right.
And that is part of the stylistic component as well, is tech choices limit your options. You can't play the way so-and-so plays if you don't have Assman on the bar, or you can't play the way so-and-so plays if you don't have elite marksmen on your forts to be able to dominate the late game range war.
Right.
And that diversity of tech loadout viability is what enables the diversity of player style.
And because that is the case, you can almost identify some of the top players by what techs they are running on different builds, and look at the bar and say, oh, this set of marksmen, that is what Skay is running. Right. I don't even know that this is Skay. I can just guess that this might be Skay, or it's somebody who's copying Skay's style to try and learn it.
Right.
Right. But that is the Skay tech, set of marksman techs, whatever. So it's neat that, right, the game is that diverse that you can, you can do that.
It's also very telling by how people talk about the techs.
Right.
It helps to show their level of maturity with the game and their level of understanding. There are very few genuinely bad techs. There are people with different play styles and preferences. And if they couch them as I don't like this versus categorically good or bad, is a level of nuance that is really important for an honest or healthy conversation.
Anybody who's giving you a tier list of techs, I think is mistaken, because you should be thinking of what you've done for your unit modification screen as a comprehensive whole. How do builds work together? Right?
It would be a tier list for roles more so than for the techs themselves in a vacuum.
Yep. Welcome to the final, everybody. One of these two will be your European Season 2 champion, Nsako, Mag 1 Season 1 champion, against Lao Mamja. Lao, Farside Red, a quick supply specialist with Crawler and Stormcaller. We criticized somebody's quick supply earlier in the tournament with a Stormcaller start. Let's see how Lao plays it. Sako, near side, wearing the gold badge from the America's 2v2 tournament last week, trying to add a gold badge from a European championship. He's going to be near side Fire Badger specialist with sledges and crawlers. Lao adds a pair of arc lights, so 2 arcs, 3 crawlers. Standard depth. Stormcallers in front of the towers but outside, so that they don't get pulled by certain flanks. You can pull if you don't put anything in really ahead of the sledges. There is a pull that will corner pull this, but it does require basically having nothing in front of the sledges and being very vulnerable to sentry missiles. Sako has added a pair of nicely hidden arc lights, this one hiding in the trees, this one snuck in behind the research center. That is the build there. So
I suspect Lao is going to be doing a more arcs and range them round 2, unless the round 2 drop gives a obvious direction for the money. I don't always hate saving round 1 money, particularly if it's predicted to be a standard and you want to see what your opponent adds and how they position. But I definitely want to see that money capitalized on early as possible to get the value of being quick, and I definitely think we'll see that.
So, pursuant to our conversation about techs, we had somebody bite on the comment I made that there are no bad techs, and you kind of judge by roles. So somebody said, of course, but Sabertooth secondary armament is better. Because there's a reason, right? Because you can only get it out to 95 meters. It doesn't get up the range upgrade when you take the plus 40 range, so all of a sudden your main gun is shooting at a different range than your secondary armament. All I'm going to say about that is secondary armament has a place when that saber is getting rushed by crawlers. If you're playing the saber defense, getting rushed by crawlers or steel balls, it's a great tech. If you're playing it in offense,
defensively, it's incredibly efficient.
If you're playing it in offense in a range war, you want to play it from your tower, you might never have anything get in round. So
still floating to 200. Taking the bird.
Got the shield airdrop. We've added a bird. Okay, so it's not a
Mass recruiting.
Vulcan marksman. Sacco's still thinking about the drop.
And shield is a really good way to bully sledgehammers when your opponent doesn't have storms or balls for shield break. Because sledgehammers don't do good DPS, and that is positioned such that it will likely protect the Arclight and stall them, and it will also hold them still, so that way the storms can get better connect. And Sacco, knowing this, takes a shield break unit because there is a shield drop and picks the right side. It was a gamble, and there you go.
Yep.
Really well done.
Very nicely read. If you are facing somebody like me who loves carry sledge, early shields, especially this 50,000 hit point one, is in a
brittle.
It is the way to shut down carry sledge. It prevents them from getting the early levels that they need to start hyperscaling.
That said, nothing shoots up, so these birds do just win the round. At a minimum, that means shield break will happen for sure, because there are storms inside this bubble. However, with this many sledges, I think that Sacco also pops the shield from the opponents, especially with the crawlers being able to slip in under. So the birds will win the round, but not backbreakingly so. Oh, the shield lives. Oh, Sacco was robbed. Laser sight. Snap pick by Lau. Laser sight's also very solid for Sacco potentially. Although underground is also tempting.
Yeah, laser sight just great in any range war. Underground threat good for tempo. And right now, Lau has the tempo, so Lau kind of foregoing a little bit to take the long-term play. Sacco's question is, are you going to buy some... are you going to buy some tempo, which he does with the underground threat? And it'll be a flank Fire Badger with the underground over there. So we're going to pull some crawlers over, kill the crawlers with the Fire Badger. This Arclight will have turned onto it, though, right? But the Arclight is new. He doesn't know it exists. So Lau has good positioning.
Well, this is actually perfect. If the Arclight locks the Fire Badger, then it might not kill the crawler call-in.
Yeah, it'll be locked on the Fire Badger to start with, and the Fire Badger has 5,000 hit points. It'll take a while.
I also like this use of the Badger in a standard because it will torch back chaff for a round, probably, if possibly, force a reaction, and then you can sell it. So in a aggro defense or an aggro push, the Badger is like one of the kings of the game, but in this scenario, I think using it as a flank clear is the best value you're going to get. And obviously putting it on the non-bird side makes the most sense as well.
Has to be on the non-bird side. But the underground was going to help if there was a new bird on that side.
Yes, it would.
Badgers established.
Unfortunately, there's not something like a storm or a bird or even a mark on this left side for Sacco to capitalize on the chaff pull. So
not this round.
You like that, right? But the Badger will be a known quantity, and there won't be a crawler call in either.
Right.
So this was the round in theory to capitalize, and it looks like the shield is going to remain unbroken
again. So Lau avoids the tempo, takes the long-term play, and still wins the round. Drops Sacco to 2550. We go to round 4. We get the unit reinforcements, as we were talking about earlier. You're guaranteed to have one on round 4 if you haven't seen one on rounds 2 and 3.
Wow, that was fast.
They both get into Farseer quickly. See, Farseer takes Farseer, to quote a certain viewer.
Hard to argue that logic.
We'll have 2 Farseers to cover Wasp or Phoenix flanks. We've got a Phoenix over here to help against those Badgers. And we're taking extra damage for Lau.
Leveling the storms is really interesting. There's really nothing that represents a damage check per se, although Farseer is tanky enough that a level 2 storm is decent. Just recognizing it's a standard v standard and the damage is value and will find something to kill.
And we're actually also going to have the Farseers with 13,000 hit points, so those are going to go down to the storms if they get stuck in a single spot and stay stationary.
Right.
Sacco goes ahead and takes a running crawler. He also took 2 Farseers and sold out of the Badger flank. Did not accomplish what he was hoping it would, and knows it's going to be hard countered here.
I almost wonder if it being on the other side would have been worth it to pop the bubble, given how little it accomplished on the side it was used, and Lau didn't take the underground, and he did. So, Lau winning the econ side of things at the moment. Bubble does go down finally. Farseer, though, bites the dust.
Was a ton of value from that one shield, though. 3 rounds worth of it.
Yes, and I think it's back.
And Lau wins a round again, drops Sacco down from 2550 to 1320. One more round of that comprehensive. And
Orbital.
Lau can win this game outright on round 5. We've seen a lot of quick games. They are not all this quick. We have cast some 10, 11, 12, 13 rounders in the past. Even amongst these top level players.
Yes.
Both of them took Orbital. Orbital at 100 cost right now in Season 2. I do expect that at some point that will be adjusted, so it may not be the auto take forever, but at a price of 100, it's pretty close to an auto take.
Yes.
There are
I
certain...
think it could be 150, and its damage could be less, and it would still be good.
Yeah.
Which speaks to its perhaps over-tuned efficiency.
Both players throwing down their shield airdrop and guessing incorrectly, putting it on the side that is not being orbitaled. But maybe that's good. Maybe your strongest shield is outside of it. So to just say, in a certain situation, it's awful. There are some situations, yes, where it is much more valuable for one player than another. In particular, if you are hard committed to air, it will be much more valuable for your opponent. If your opponent is spread all over the board and you're not, opponent can use it on your clustered units and you can't really use it on theirs. But in standard v standard, this is the sort of the textbook spot for it.
Notably, this is also very interesting. Sacco orbitaling the opposite side that I would, and the laser sight Phoenix kind of getting beaconed into it, and will likely chase these crawlers that are running, and might end up being caught on the tail end of one of these orbital shots.
Sacco took temp range, Lau did not, so that is going to help to keep some storms in the bubbles.
Very unimpressive from... Oh, okay, finally connecting on Sacco's orbital, but it was kind of underwhelming with bad RNG.
A lot of it hit the shield, right? You can see how much more damage Lau's shield took than Sacco's. It is bad luck.
Said I think temp range will be enough to carry the day. Yeah.
So Sacco stabilizes on round 5, drops Lau down to 2688.
I also think that people in range wars are too resistant to taking temp range earlier than they would normally, because these early rounds can be huge for getting damage, or for mitigating it, particularly if you find yourself behind.
Sacco not running the full orange fortress bar, but does have AA on it. Has seen a couple of Phoenix. Takes the Phoenix, or takes AA for the Phoenix. Lau has gone to the Sandworms from drop, and actually, I'm sorry, took the Typhoon and sold to unlock and play the Sandworms. So it turns out that the fort is going to be a good answer to the Sandworm as well.
Wow, that's a lot of double value, and the double tap is incredibly good at popping worms as well.
Right. Triple beaconed worm coming at the weak side for Sacco, so that should get tower. Should also get the anti-missile device. The question is, will the forts be able to handle the worms before they get over to the second tower?
Right. And of course the birds are a lot of the DPS here, and those will be down, so curious to see how that will play. Although the birds are as yet unteched, so this is a little bit of a I have to answer the birds click. But if he sells, could strand the fort techs at massive cost for their techs as an overhead. Obviously, we are at lone range speed territory.
Lone and range for Lau, lone range speed for Sacco.
A little surprised no speed with the worm push the way it is. One other thing about forts with AA is it's a great way to level your fort, even if they otherwise can't kill as much on the ground. Fortunately, that one fort goes down with under tower debuff, so they're not there to kind of shoot the worms.
Sacco's fort's running those beautiful Mobile Force skins, and per you guys' poll, Amarok will be representing Mobile Force. You can see the Mobile Force skin on both the Marksman and the fort here, and Sacco getting the win. Drops for round 6 anyways, not the game win. Lau down to 1888. We've got a close one. We go to round 7.
Ooh.
Skip. God, they're so good. Redeployment.
I could see tank on one of them.
Yeah, I think.
I think with 3 worms, redeploy is going to be hard.
Yeah.
I also wonder if Sacco's debating range, but it's too expensive. I think.
I was wondering if Sacco was debating redeploy to bring the level 2 over to that side.
I actually could see that as well. I think that's a really good shout.
Advanced range. If we weren't into a worm game, that is exactly what he did. He brings the level 2 over with double shot.
And there's the double tap.
And yeah, that is a great round for Sacco, I think. Honestly, in my opinion, redeploy is one of the highest skill.
Yes,
and you did say
positioning is
the high skill thing, right? So redeployment
and the ability to fix them.
Yeah, redeployment and mobile beacons, I think, are ways to fix positioning as well as other things.
That's a greedy melter. Whew.
Melter.
I think he gets away with it for 1 round.
I don't even know if he does because we get the call in on that side.
There is a missile for those crawlers as well from Sacco.
Sacco does the really clever bit. His mobile beacon circle ignores the first 3 crawlers. The first 3 crawlers will run this direction while everybody else is running the other way. The missile will go down to the first 3 crawlers. So some of the back crawlers will continue to run. There you go. As described.
I think he gets away with this positioning on the melter as his chaff is able to trickle in front. Whether or not there's enough clear for the crawlers remains to be seen, but these double tap forts are just eating the worms alive.
And there is not enough chaff there. There are still fangs out front. There are still sledges out front. There are no more worms. We've lost 1 fort. We have lost both melters. The greedy melter positioning punished. And Lau is going to have 38 hit points and a dream going to round 8.
Ooh. Okay, so it's taken L. Interesting. Triple Mustang is really strong. Yeah.
And Triple Mustang is Sacco's choice. Let's get the chaff clear out. I think Lau needed the triple chaff clear right behind those melters.
Yeah, I mean,
to handle the fangs.
Right. It's tough.
It is
I do
tough.
like the EMP, but I don't see chaff clear getting added, and that was the problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there fire to light the oil, or is it just for the slow? And he is pulling the melter back to kind of early greed that position, but
yeah, he's given the
without something to light
sight.
the oil. Unless you light the oil, I think this is going to be game for Sacco. if you light the oil, I can actually see it going the other way. Because without the chaff and the fire lighting, then the melters with EMP will absolutely kill the unranged and then slowed forts.
You can't light it.
There's
He
not
doesn't
enough.
have Hound and. I mean, he could unlock
It
Hound,
would have had to
right?
be
He's got to
incendiary.
deploy, but he wouldn't have the money left to detect the fire.
This would be, I wonder if on the last round, if he lights that oil and places it there, there's a win.
He would need to do 1320 to win the game. He'll need to do
3 melters and a Farseer would be enough.
Yep.
In theory, assume the fire landed and torched things. But that would be ambitious. Out the fire. Oh, their melters are getting locks.
Melters
There's a
have
lot
taken
left.
down the forts, but they're going to be terrible at bringing
much
down the
left over.
Mustangs.
Yep, the Mustangs are gonna close it out, and with only 38 HP, you don't get to leave, like, even an Arc-Light surviving.
Oof. It is close. It's only a couple hundred hit points, but Sacco getting the win for the Mobile Force, beating the gorgeous gold-skinned Worms.
2470 MMR versus 2477.
2470 versus 2477. That is amazing. Congratulations to Sacco, your European Season 2 Advanced Group 1 champion. Well played, sir. Well played.
Very impressive. Really surprised that Islam managed to use the cell on the drop. I was going to say didn't sell one of the Phoenixes, but used the cell otherwise.
Yeah, he used the cell on the Raiden.
And that's actually something worth noting. If you know that putting giants on the board is good, like, yes, the birds were untacked, but Lao never had a chance to sell out of them. So it was still a punished deploy and a DPS roll that was unpresent for 2 rounds. As the first round, they got killed when the worms dropped, and then it took Melter a round to come online after that.
Right. Doxson versus Shadoff is the last match going. We'll step into that for a moment. I'm going to agree with Ted here. Playing Worms into a fort drop was a serious misplay. It's not always, but playing Worms into a fort drop when you had Phoenix and could potentially be baiting somebody into the Fort AA and selling out of the Phoenix, I think that was a serious misplay, right? Because it makes the fort a lot more predictable. Doxson over here is in a enhancement module level 3 fort with 120,000 hit point barrier, range, and launcher overload.
Uh-oh. I see this. This is the Mustang Melter board with hackers to boot. I think I think Shadoff is going to do well here, although these late wasps...
If they'd gotten there in front to save this guy, that would have been very useful. They didn't quite, but we pop one melter off the back line. We're going to get the tower.
Oof.
We've got one fort left. The fort has
a lot of Mustang left.
Yeah, it's a level 5 nano repair fort with 135 meter range. Mustangs have 150 meter range, so the fort will eventually get in front of them. But meanwhile, the melters lock the wrong units.
Mustangs have anti-missile as well. Level 4 Mustangs with anti-missile. I remember when that was anathema.
There was a big theory craft about it, but I've told you, when that theory craft happened, I ran it in multiple scenarios on the in the testing grounds, and it was I concluded that the anathema was incorrect.
Okay, it's just worth it.
It has always been worth it.
Okay.
But mainly because part of the test there was
assume that somebody's going to be throwing down fire, and the
Right.
Mustangs die in the fire. So
Yeah. If these forts had elite, this would be unwinnable for the Melter player, I think. As it stands, without elite, they have to bully their way across the board, and while Launcher is fantastic, that is more range they are losing.
yeah, it's a range loss, right? That is really costing them right now.
I could see this going either way, but my instinct tells me that the Melter player has this, particularly since the fort player has to push.
And if you can torch them along the way and get early locks, it's going to be extremely hard to save your position.
And this guy's a level 4 with laser sights. The level 1 looks really out of place next to these big red forts.
Oh, this is ambitious. I think these hot dog plays are never going to land a hit with these anti-missile Mustangs already on the board.
I think the
This is
hope
what-
there is that
for
they're
the
far enough
spelling.
forward.
The Stormcallers that are blue by the tower did 0 damage last round. They are
Yeah.
just a pure hold by Shade Off, unless he values the downtime of the Mustang shooting up enough for a $300 investment on a single deploy.
Right.
Yeah, this oil is never getting lit on fire. Hounds are already dead.
Question. Was the oil getting lit on fire, would that have been good or bad for Shadow?
I'm almost certain it would have been good.
I mean, we
We
have
got
frozen
earlier.
the key forts out of range.
That's true, but then the Mustangs underneath would have been already dead, and the Melters would have just killed them.
True. See, the
That said, you get the oil again, so you get a take 2 to try and set it on fire.
you do get a second try. One melter
And Doxson
surviving. This
can't
thing's
afford to
level
leave
4.
this melter up two more games or 2 more rounds of this melter surviving. Actually, what,
2 more,
13
yeah.
is the
They
hard
end at
cutoff?
13. If you don't know,
enhancement module.
we already have enhancement modules.
Oh, and Doxson has intensive.
Doxson has intensive
Could be a
every
level 6
round.
fort on the outside. That's wild. Doesn't take the second one though. I didn't. Get off still thinking.
I mean,
Clearly
Doxson
he's
is
not
too.
thinking
He's just thinking about the board state, not the.
Right, not about the pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both end up skipping. I'm actually really surprised by that because you really need levels on Melters to kill developer, and a free level.
Your
range
mic is
basically
dying.
250 for the.
Thank you.
It's basically 250 for the enhancement module.
Right,
At which point you're also getting a 20% bump in stats,
right.
which is well worth the 50 overhead.
The melters
Especially
will
if
heal.
you're gonna take suck.
The melters will heal. The Mustangs are anti-air.
Ooh.
Doxson, that's
Spicy.
that is spicy. We've taken 3 melters to go with our mini fort. Now, one on the far outside, sure. I'd love to see us melting this Phantom Ray pack. That's the one that's been getting tower. There is going to be a melter on that right side. There's also a melter in here with our level 1 fort. Poor thing.
I wish 2 of the Melters were on the left side behind the level 6 healing fort. I think that would have been really strong as kind of the impenetrable frontline wall for it. They've been continually getting to tower, and I think those Melters down over there would have been very, very helpful.
And counterpoint, we were getting to tower on that side anyways. Let's have
Ooh, the
melter
fire
on.
lights.
And the blue Stormcaller was sold that did 0 damage twice in a row.
Right.
And as soon as the fire lights, the Mustangs die, and Bush dies with it.
Yep.
Down to 2 melters. We're down to 1 melter. Doxson's last
Question of
hope is
whether-
a single
wait.
melter on the outside here. And these things heal. So, wait a minute, what?
I mean, all we need is 2 melters to live. Oh.
Oh my god, we go to round 13, guys. 152 hit points left. This
And this is
tournament
why I
will
wanted another
never
melter
end.
on that outside, because I think they needed it.
Shadoff gets a Vulcan. Would you like 2 level 8 marksmen?
Oh my gosh!
Would you like 3 Vulcans? If you have some kind of... If you have war crime Vulcans, you can just light the whole map on fire.
That's gross. And that's so bad for Doxin. His anti-missile Mustangs are going to get utterly overwhelmed, combined with the Vulcan EMP. Or sorry, excuse me, the
It's
Melter
war
EMP.
crimes. War crimes on Shadoff's Vulcans. Incendiary and sticky oil bomb, both. Played
Doxin
from deep.
Doxin is going to be one hot dog here. This is going to be... The floor is absolute lava.
We've got range, we've got EMP, we've got 3 more melters.
Wait a minute, did Doxin take 2 he took the Vulcans and then didn't tech them and only sold 1 of them. If he was going to go the cell angle, he really should have taken the boat, I think.
Right, because there was 1 of it.
Untecking
You know this is the last round. You're not going to
Right.
get the rounds to sell 2 more of them.
And ironically, even if Doxin wins this round, in theory, if Shadoff has more health, they win by final round elimination.
Final
so you
round
have
score,
to win. Right, final round score. So you have to have
Yeah,
a lot of your board to survive.
yeah,
have a
Doxin
shot
has
here.
to do 2,200 damage to survive this round.
I think this is a valiant effort, but I think that this Vulcan play was not the answer. I would love for Doxin to prove me wrong, though, but I see fire coming.
There is fire on the ground now. And if Doxin had Elite on the bar, this would have been a very different game. But he does not.
It would.
The Vulcans are all dead on both
Wait.
sides. We're down to Melters
lot.
versus Melters.
Or-
The AMDs,
Might have had a shot.
the AMDs on Shadoff's side, shooting down EMP missiles has been
Yep.
huge this round. And Shadoff does get the much-deserved win. We finally get our end of game, end of tournament screen. Valiant effort, dog. Valiant effort.
Yes, if he had had Elite at that point with level 5 and 6 forts, it
Congratulations
would have been
to
completely over.
congratulations to Sacco, Lau, and Apucci, your top 3 finishers. Sacco, the winner, beating Lau in the final, an epic final. Well played, both of you. Apucci comes third, taking home
Only losing to Sacco.
only.
So a more fitting third place could not have been.
Yep, true enough. This was our European Season 2 championship, so Sacco is the European Season 2 champion. Add that to his list of accolades next to the Mag 1 title from Season 1. Shadoff, Skay, Odyssey, the remaining 6-1 players, Arctorius, Lord Clankariat, KOT, and Doxin round out the top 10. Since this is a European title championship, we'll show you all the way down to 50th place. Those of you who have had a tremendous run and want your position or accomplishments memorialized.
Yeah, I mean, Launcher Overload was putting in a ton of work, no doubt, but in Standard v Standard, its downside is just brutal.
Zemtac says, I participated in Rookie Group 1. Very fun. Excellent. Welcome to
Oh yeah, you
welcome to the tournament world. Did you
talked about doing that.
did you stay alive into the 7th round, or did you get KO'd at some point? You placed 11th total. Very nice. Congratulations. Let's go take. Well, we should go take a look at that. There you are, Zemtak, 11th place. Kumamonenko, the rookie group winner. Congratulations. And intermediate group goes to Astro, who beat Vitatos in the final.
Very nice.
You should be. You should be well pleased with that. That's great. All right.
Finishing your first tournament is an accomplishment unto itself. Like 7 games in a row with tourney level of intensity is something that a lot of people underestimate.
Yeah.
Independent of your skill at the game.
Right. It is absolutely a grind to have that kind of mental focus for the 3 hours. I mean, this tournament ran, 3 hours 30 almost?
Yep.
So. All right. Well, that is it for me for this cast for tonight. I've got Kiddo. I'm going to spend some time with Kiddo. Kiddo has spring break, so we'll be on slightly reduced hours from what you are used to. But we'll be back on for tomorrow. We'll be in this... we'll be entering the 2v2 tournament week 299. I am a little disappointed that we don't get like a season 2 2v2 championship. I think that would be a kind of class, but I understand. I understand why we've got to focus on the 1v1s. But that'll be on 20.5 hours from now. Basically the same time that this weekend tournament started.
Right.
And my partner will be Alpha Titan. Looking forward to that, my friend.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it as well.
We're on an 8-game win streak. Since I've got Kiddo, I'm not going to have a ton of time. A ton of time to do warm-ups, but I will try. We'll try to get on it a little bit. Poor Apucci is dying a little over the tourney medal saying Season 1. I imagine that is a bug that will get fixed. But just that is likely to be when you do a template for something like this, you can set something as either a variable or have it a template for translation to whatever language. You can set something to have a variable that gets replaced with data on live and on the fly, or you can have it hard-coded as something. I think this one was mistakenly left as hard-coded, and that didn't get noticed until it was actually on the screen there. So, yeah. All right, guys, I'm out. Good night. Oh, wait, we have some thank yous to say. First off, Alpha Titan, I'm so glad you're back. Congratulations on being the added to the official moderation team for the
thank you
for the main Mechabellum Discord. That's not the guild. That's the main, corporate Discord. They're expanding the team as part of adding Dreamhaven to Dreamhaven support for it. So you're going to get to work closely with the Dreamhaven folks. And I understand
I am so looking forward to that.
I understand you've been brought into the QA and balance team as well. So
yes,
very, very nice. Welcome to that. I'm glad you're there. I look forward to maybe doing some stuff with the Abyss with you.
Showcase 100%.
All right, let's do that.
That is absolutely going to be on my radar once the embargo is off. Excellent. And we can start showing off the fun things. Then we will do the fun things.
Excellent.
And I suppose you'll drag me into free for all for the new unit.
We'll have to try some free for all, yes, just for the new unit for sure. It really is. It really is. Other mods we have had today, of course, Alpha Titan is a mod. Other mods we've had here today include Zalex, Codifly, CatSameU, and Tab Target. Thank you guys so much for supporting the stream. Really appreciate the amount of time and effort that you guys put in. I have said this many times, but I very rarely wind up having to do any moderation of the stream myself. Huge thank yous to our VIP sponsors, and of course, you might notice that Toast94 and Blue Feral are listed 1 and 2. both on the VIP sponsor screen and in stream chat at the top of the gifts for the month. They are beloved. The two of them have put in so much time and effort. Just Nash XYZ has as well. His ability to be present during streams has dropped off because of his work schedule. Same for Fab4 a bit. Xfire X as well. Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey as Zach provided the physical hardware. Well, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, Salt Monkey as Zach, and Blue Feral provided the physical hardware that we game on. So thank you to you for. And of course, you heard briefly from the real star, Kiddo. Love ya, Kiddo. Good night, guys, and thank you very much for watching. As is tradition, we're going to raid you on to somebody else playing some Mecha, and I'm sure a bunch of you may want to head on out to Apuchi. You'll have to get there on your own accord. I'm sending you to Fab4 after calling him out here. Good night, and thanks for watching.